Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same. Put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it. Look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in a tomb. I'm leaving no remnants, they all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the top, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm washed up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope is no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything you start. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough. You better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown in my prime right now. Hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets. It's funny, I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, yeah, I got this. Will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life to you, D-I-E. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
We can take it to the back of Benz. Do it like you would for TV. Camera on you like a bag of lean. Shaking it for me, I'm loving the move. Friends say you bad and yeah, I'm cool. Walking up to it, not thinking it through. Like shorty, tell me what's good with you. Coming with me and she got, ayy, 24 on a watch. You don't know that's a lot. What she want is what I bought, yeah. If I want it, I'ma get it, yeah. I just talk the way I live it, yeah. I got plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in a Civic. But now I pull up in the Aston. For money, I'm made off the back end. High end with the fashion, now broke, so me in the past tense, yeah. Going money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Double pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey.
Check, whoa, VVS all on my neck, whoa. We talking power, respect, got me blowing on gas and I'm high as a jet, like, whoa. Shorty can't breathe no air, yeah. Red bone body, long hair, yeah. Everything I do real rare, yeah. Can't buy one, need pairs, yeah. I get paid now. I was in them streets and I ain't never do no playground. I just kept it real, stay 100 and I stayed down. Made it out that jungle, now we shopping when we touch down. We riding around, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down, like my shine, I'm one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping shorty, know it's hard to see, but best believe lie.
Yeah, going money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Double pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, I'm second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset. Gotta put it in motion. This is the moment. Gotta one up my opponent. Back then, they ain't noticed me. Now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time. Yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses. Gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man. The trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man. They can't keep up. The game's on the line. Seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted. I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
come for your neck like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes, but I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. With my thing, got the blinders on, filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I am a bomb, golden touch, got the mind is on. Hey, on a wave, from the cave to main stage, I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Who will ascend to VCT EMEA 2025?
Welcome back to VCT EMEA Ascension 2024. Tom, I'm excited to kick this one off because we're closing out the group stage here today. And well, we've got some interesting matchups lined up for you. In particular, Tom, we get to touch back in with Pacific, who've been having a stellar run of things here in Ascension.
Yeah, and you'd assume that that's going to continue because it is, well, the unfortunate factor of the best team in the group facing off against the current worst team in the group, just by the numbers. So I think it's definitely going to be a match that you'd kind of expect to only go one way. Pacific have been incredible, and for Soar, they've had a few close games here and there, but ultimately they are already eliminated from the tournament, so it isn't going to make much difference how they perform in this game, other than a little bit of pride. Our second game, of course, it's somewhat a similar scenario for Barca, but at the same time, they could help another team, and I believe that the GoNext CEO has actually offered them a trip to Mykonos if they win. Like, genuinely, he did that on Twitter.
Yeah.
So hey, there are some stakes for the side of Barca.
Oh, there absolutely are. I think pride as well, certainly at stake for a lot of these guys. They're coming in wanting to prove themselves. and get themselves a little holiday to Mykonos. Hey, you can't say no to that, that's for sure. As you saw, there's a couple other games going down as well, and you can look over to the A stream for that. But here on the Omega stream, we're going to be having fun jumping around with Pacific. Like I said, this is a squad that has been doing incredibly well so far in Ascension. They've been stomping team after team, taking down Job Life, Maus, and the Ultimates, and now a test up against Saw, who are bottom of the group right now, Tom. So like you said earlier, it's really not looking like that win streak's about to come to an end.
No, I think obviously some opportunities for some of the youngsters to prove themselves. Obviously last year we had some of the players from Saw either making it into different leagues. I'd say, for example, Davi, who we've been watching quite a bit of, has obviously moved leagues, but Tomazi is the obvious one. He made a name for himself. I think they finished, was it 4th in the end? Or obviously some incredible teams like Gentlemates who made it. You had Apex, you had Ascend. They were the only ones that were able to best Saw last year. So there's still potential that maybe one of these players can sort of do enough damage in this match that someone gives them a look in. So I think there's always going to be something to play for in games like this.
Absolutely, yeah. Just to get to show yourself off on that stage is as important as anything. For Saw leaving with their heads held high and their chin up. Abyss is going to be our first battleground between these two squads. Tom, is there anywhere you think that leans between these two squads? Pacific obviously pick it. Ascent, can this swing things in Saw's favor? Is there a strong map for them?
The thing is, like, their record on Ascent is incredible. Like, but you have to think about it regionally. They are 16-1 this year when it comes to Ascent. So like, you'd bet on them. But we said the same thing yesterday when Pacific played. We're going, yeah, no, when they go up against Job Life has an insane record on Ascent. It's because it's the Turkish map, so it's still not going to be easy. Abyss is a very heavy lean, 4-0 on Abyss for the side of Pacific, which most teams haven't even played that many maps of Abyss. On the other side, it's a 0-2, so I think an obvious lean there. And yeah, both teams, I'd say maybe slightly more comfortable on Sunset would be the Turkish squad once again. But it's whether or not it matters. I think it's good that Saw get to show themselves over on Ascent. But if it's still going to be that same madness that we've seen from the likes of Pacific, there is just a part of me that thinks it doesn't really matter. Like, if Comeback is on form, if LaRock is still doing LaRock things, because yesterday he was... I've got no complaint. There's no criticism I can have of the 16-year-old. So I'm kind of looking at the other side and going, okay, can we see like BRK have those sort of big moments as that superstar duelist, and will he be able to go toe-to-toe with Comeback? Because even that in himself is enough to maybe get him a trial or two, because obviously we don't want to talk about like, oh, he's going to look to leave the Portuguese side, but ultimately that league, I believe, is now part of the merge into Spain and Italy as well, so it's only going to get tougher to make it to these events. So opportunities anywhere is always going to be a good start for those squads.
Well, two slightly different looks in terms of utility. You got Loida and LaRock coming in, Omen and Akeo. And on the other side, the only differences being that Astra and Breach swapped out for their respective roles. Now, yeah, it's slightly different identity. I guess you get a little bit more ability to pounce with Saw's side. You've got Fragger dropping down utility. Hopefully BRK able to follow up on that. Like you said, this is going to be a big matchup, BRK versus Comeback, because if you're not able to keep up with Comeback, he is going to run away with the game. And we got to see that yesterday. We've seen it a number of days in this tournament so far.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how the Breach will be utilized, because I feel like a lot of the time maybe he could yeet someone off the map with an ult. That for me is what I'm going to be looking out for, just because we're here for the funnies. But I'm intrigued to see how that's going to be used in combination with others, because I feel like this is a massive map. It's not one like... when I think of Breach, I think of like a Haven or a Split, where you can play in mid and you can sort of set up stuns everywhere. I don't feel like this map is similar in that regard. It's going to be very difficult to put those fault lines into play. So I want to know how that's actually going to work out for them. Either way, straight off the bat, it's a very fast take in towards A.
Oh yeah, we're looking scrappy. Pacific straight in, but the smokes have kept Saw back, buying a little bit of space and a little bit of time. The spam's not dropping the spike planter. Pacific not falling back, looking instead to go forward. That stun though has caught a lot of them, and Saul will take the ground on the back of it. Fights swinging their way. Jellison stuck in the corner, still alive for now. Cover from the side was enough, and that bought him the space to isolate those duels in spawn. A 3K under his belt already. Jellison off to a flying start, as our Pacific 1-0.
Yeah, it's always that sort of the saying of are they stuck with him or is he stuck with them? Because it looked like for a second he was absolutely screwed, but able to turn on a dime. Decent attempt in the retake. And I will say, I'm always happy to see the Astra involved when it comes to this map. I think on attack especially, the post plants can be fairly nasty. Another thing that scares me though is they got absolutely bodied on this map by the Ultimates, or another squad who've definitely had their sort of ups and downs. It looks like Halid sort of had his moments sort of taking over, and it was some quiet performances from players we definitely expect a little bit more from. For now though, wow, I was going to say there may be a battle of some pistols here, but the ruse that's being sold by LaRock is going to hold players here, and the rest are looking to go to the other side.
Yeah, LaRock has certainly kept the troops in place. You can see that there's not much of an opportunity here to pick anyone off on the cross, so a free plant, and oh, it looks like a little bit of space extension as well for Pacific. Moving up into heaven, Marshall in hand. Comeback, he has a battle on his hands. He's already found the first, the second just around the corner, but he hadn't seen Fragger. Setting into position, dropping as many weapons as possible here. The goal, and well, it seems like Saw are off to a bit of a flyer. Already just 2 players left alive for Pacific, and a chance for Addicted to make that a little bit more costly.
Yeah, already removing a decent amount, making things costly. But Jellison, it seems like, you know, he's on a team where I feel like thus far he hasn't been able to have as much of the limelight. When the pressure's off, it looks like he's trying to take it away. 4-0, a great start for the Sentinel. Not a bad round whatsoever though for Saw. And as we mentioned, although expectations here, you got a team that are 3-0. I think for an incredibly young squad, they've been able to beat out like teams like Maus, who were the winner of DAC, Job Life, the winner of France, and of course the MENA representative of the Ultimates. All teams that have beaten their opposition. Saw have made it close in a lot of games. So again, I'm sure that there's no team that want to go in winless, and for Saw, an opportunity to potentially play a game with a lot less pressure on their shoulders. A good start to this round. A fairly even trade, but with that kill coming in onto Loiter, they'll now take the advantage.
Yes, it seems like Pacific will be focusing in towards the A site to close this one out, but pumping the brakes a moment, allowing Saw to rethink their current spots. They have left A little bit lighter for a moment. Breach Utility slows down the push though, and the spam lights LaRock to 10. They're going in the other direction. BRK is already here, ready for the kills, and Rose first to fall. LaRock still clinging onto life with his 10 HP. He won't be hanging on too long if he does get into a firefight, and one is coming his way. Down to 18. BRK now in that same situation. Doesn't look like he has a way out of here. He's got to fight his way out.
Oh, I don't think he's going to be winning that one. The only real thing he has done is buy a lot of time. That's problematic though. LaRock being able to catch out Gunya. And there's nobody even on the side of the map where they're going to anymore. This will be an afterplant, a 2 versus 4 scenario that has somehow become a post plant for this defensive side. It's actually going to take, for the attack. The defense is going to take a while to get there as well. They're still clearing mid. They're still checking all of these angles. They may have even both been spotted by the cam, and they're going to get the reveal. Bear in mind how low LaRock is. He wants to take the fights aggressively, turn it into a 1v1. The value is definitely there. And in the meantime, Jellison is playing ring around a Rosie. He wants to let his opponent clear all these back angles, clear all these positions while the plant is down, waste his time, and instead now look to be in the exact spot that he's already checked. The only thing will be the time. He's heard him tap it, and he's going to have to step, but I don't know if his opponent will have heard him from here. The time is going to go down to the wire. but eventually Addicted, he gets the kill, but the clock has already gone. Jellison just baiting out that clock has done enough, and it will eliminate everybody else. A huge round victory for Pacific, and for Saw, it's going to be head in hands.
Yeah, it really is, especially with the context of what we're looking at here. Their opportunity to show themselves off in first map. You want to get into the swing of things. Can't even follow up with that third round, despite it being so close. Just one bullet away, a couple seconds in either direction. We have a completely different result, but ain't how the cookie crumbles this time. Saw left to an eco, the weak weapons, couple forced up here or there. Marshall, Guardian, you know, there's definitely some potential for the defensive side to fight back. But Pacific hold a huge advantage. Saw grouped up on A, looking to make a big play, flash those sends. Pacific running, and it looks like they'll be safely towards this B site. That pick should confirm the plant.
Not a lot of expectations in this round, especially now. The spike making its way over. This will confirm a couple of ultimates for the next round as well for the attack, with Larocque claiming an orb from the plant. Loiter. Oh, loitering around middle. It doesn't overextend. Doesn't want to give too much away, especially with potential for comeback to also have the Blade Storm online. As said, he is probably the player I've seen most use this weapon to abuse the opponent's economy. I don't think I've seen as many players, even in tier 1, pick this gun up knowing, okay, very good chance of light shields. I'll invest into this and just make my life a whole lot easier. It's very intelligent play from the team with, well, as said, like they're a premier team. They have the least experience of anybody here.
Well, that's it. They mean in the lab, I suppose, putting in the hours. That's what you get for it. Smart cerebral play. I've been really impressed by the level, I think, of so many of the teams here in Ascension. But I feel like teams like Saw, I came in with expectations of a decent run, and we really had signs as well. Maus, who were hailed as a strong team, it was so close to several overtimes. Addicted, that's a fantastic start. Hunter's Fury's not just killed Rose, but tagged Larocque to an inch of his life. All that damage, the flash from Fragger that gets him out, ready for the push, ahead of it, fighting around the cages, and the squads come in to back him up. Loida running for the hills and hasn't even obtained the spike. That's a rough one. A 1v5.
Okay.
And Saw have seized this round.
Yeah, even closing it out on just 5 HP for Fragger, but that's about as well as that could have gone. Keeping all 5 players alive, huge boost in economy. Only the Hunter's Fury being used and counted out on the other side. There's always worries with a lot of these rounds sort of slipping away in the early stages that a team will never quite get up, especially with how things have gone for Saw so far this tournament, but they're definitely not down and out just yet. Blade Storm available for comeback once again. He's going to be utilizing it immediately. And by the looks of things, they might look for a bit more of a direct approach. Again, though, it seems like Saw are ready for it.
It does. They've got numbers here to defend, and the first fight a little labored. And big picks out of Rose. That's 2 followed up on the site. Almost completely open. One player on the bridge, snuck past, and well, caught immediately. Larocque gets both of those kills, and Saw locked out in a 1v4. Look at the damage done, but it may amount to nothing.
Okay, I have a question for you, and I don't think you have the answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. How is Comeback not dead?
Oh, I have absolutely no idea. He clung to life on that.
Flew into the site.
Yep.
On his own.
Yep.
Had a player spray. I think it was a full clip.
Yep.
He went over someone's head into heaven and is still alive. Like,
That's accurate.
I don't want to say that was the whiff of the century, but it has to be up there because he didn't even know the guy was there. I saw someone die like a few seconds later from Cunha, and I was like, my brain didn't process. I was like, that had to be Comeback. because how on earth could it be anyone else? It wasn't. I think it was must have been a smoke spam or someone running in. How has he not died?
We're gonna get a replay. Let's see. It was this first fight. It took so long. Cunha firing away. I think it must have been at least 20 bullets. Close to target, but not quite on.
Ooh.
And well, you see the damage that can do. Like I said, so many of those fights incredibly close. And in the chaos, Rose was using the Hunter's Fury, just picking them off. A devastating round, because you win that one from Saw in the previous, and you're starting to think, okay, we're back in it. This is our comeback arc, but they're still in the training phase, and they've got quite a bit of ground to catch up on. Nice shot by BRK. That's the opening we're looking for.
Managed to muster up the finances. Bit of a risky peek taken from Rose, but they're going to go pressuring the other side. Cunha in aggressive position. Loiter is so aware, so ready. And that's going to be the A site completely opened up. There's nobody else here to defend it. They're going to try and run through the smoke. And while the utility's just too far behind, it's really disjointed. And those kills just look so easy for Loiter. BRK's done well on the other side of the map. A solo defender of B, but I feel like the blunders on the A site have undone all the good work that he did. Now trying to find in the post plant and all the information of exactly where they are is going to be handed over.
Just making it that much more difficult. BRK doesn't know there's an enemy right behind him, and well, they found out now. Loida, that could have been the ace.
Yeah.
Jellison on the site took it away, but that's fine. At the end of the day, all that matters is the rounds, and for Pacific, they are coming in numbers 6-1, and the defensive side again in a pretty rough spot economically. We're expecting to see a couple of rifles and the rest of the squad with pistols, or maybe just slightly better.
Yeah, that's gonna be again. I feel like BRK did well, and then the push through, like Fragger's flash was so far behind Addicted that there was no way it was ever gonna catch anyone. It made things so easy for Loiter, and don't get me wrong, Loiter still has to hit the shots, but if you're gambling on these Turkish players not connecting shots, you're in the wrong game. I'll be honest with you. They haven't been missing, they haven't been whiffing, they've been fantastic. But if you give them easy fights, wow, making their day. Money in the bin. A sniper of sorts for BRK, but definitely not the one he'd desire. And well, that's about how I thought that would go.
Yeah, it's on script. A chance though towards this B site. Pacific creeping. Well, never mind. Gonna have any problems. Maybe on middle there could have been an issue, at least a headache.
Please.
But no, there is nothing that could go wrong for this squad, and it's starting to just get a little tough to watch some of those opportunities.
They saw.
Oh god.
And that's where the quote ends.
Yep, it's done.
They saw quite a few people this round, to be fair to them, but yeah. I'm not gonna lie. At this point, I didn't expect that to land. That I don't know. It's a little bit depressing because I feel like these are players in the right place, and then they're just getting out aimed. Like there's nothing in this round other than like just be raw individual 1v1s and just not connecting. And I think definitely a good time for a pause, because no matter what the expectations were on this team, this is not the level that they want to be coming in with on this map. Like that's a couple of rounds now where the round before this was just a mistake on timing, like trying too hard to get yourself back into the game, and I think you've overplayed a hand. In this one, it just felt like everybody whiffed. Like every single player just had a moment of, okay, I'm ready, I'm watching for a guy, and he's walked around the corner, and I'm just not hitting my shots. And it happens, but with the scenario they're already in, you need to make sure that doesn't go any further, because again, this is not a map where the expectations were particularly high. It's a very good map, 100% win rate in 4 from Pacific. 0% win rate, but very close game versus Mouse for Saw. But this is, again, they're just getting boomed right now.
I do definitely empathize with the coaching staff in this moment, and even with the players during that pause, because it's a very difficult thing to recover from. Like you're saying, are there things they could do better? I'm sure, you know, but you've got to pick those out amongst a sea of reasons that are just, well, we missed those shots and this guy hit his shots, and well, we didn't realize one had walked right up on us. Okay, there's a fixable issue about map control, about the gaps that you have, but a lot of the other stuff's just going to be flying by like, yeah, they were just better. And I think it's hard to keep the mood up in moments like that. And number of challenges for Saw, a lot more important than that though. Defending this A site. Traps are awaiting Pacific, not just from Cypher, but also from Breach. The stun could get addicted to kill here. Although, oh, it is fired out just in time, and a good reveal lands. That's gorgeous. The opening is theirs.
Under pressure, moving as a unit, flash through, and LaRock, he's been the can opener so far. He might not be on a duelist, but he's definitely working as a second one. The fight's initially going the way of the defense, but again, it quickly dwindles. Player up from heaven. Cunha to try and turn it back, but it's being watched for, and Rose not missing a beat. And for BRK, you can understand wanting to hold on to that operator. It's been, at least in one of the rounds, he was able to open up over on that B side, but even with the majority of the forces ready on A, they just weren't able to hold. 8-1. You're seeing the true sort of, well, the dominance that this Pacific side have shown. You give them anything, you give them opportunities, they will take it out of your hands, and I feel like they're very unforgiving. Like they're a team that if they start rolling, they're not stopping. They're just not. And you have to basically take things back from them. And the way you even look at the way they played this round, they lost the opening kill. Their response, let's spam through to try and find the trips and then pop flash out of the smoke and just fight them.
Well, this is it. You see Pacific in those moments move as such a unit. They're able to, sure, have those disadvantages at the start. Individuals step it up. Constant trades, like the second Loida goes down up top, Rose is filling the space. Rose takes that fight, and you could already see LaRock was stepping back to get involved. And this has been a problem that Saw just can't deal with. Even in the moments where they're getting one, which, you know, is less frequent. The trades are coming through, and Pacific are recovering on every deficit. Saw one round on the board. Sure, this isn't their map pick. Like, we can look forward to Ascent, but like you said, Pacific aren't bad there. Turkish map as well. And pressure on now for Saw to deliver. So yeah, that's how this game's been going for them so far.
Cunha will at least bring one back, but I feel like BRK is a bit cursed. The wrong place at the wrong time, unfortunately. Not really in the moment. And I can't imagine them breaking this post plant apart. The problem is a save at this stage won't even help them out that much. They have the cash to buy into the next round. The operator a little different. That one probably won't be brought back, but at the same time, you kind of question, is it even worth saving at this stage with how things have been going? Maybe wanting to just try and be a hero to almost turn things back, but instead it's become a game of chase, a game of cat and mouse. Nice shot for BRK. Holding on to this is definitely not going to be easy. In fact, there's not really anywhere to run. They're trying to shut him in. He thinks he's escaping. Instead, he's running right into the clutches of an opponent. Oh, just about. You can take that as the smallest win, but other than that, it is still 9-1. Pacific still dominating, and these rounds haven't been close.
Oh, well, things we didn't need in the replay. Part 1. It has been rough for Saw. They definitely have not been able to hit the ground running in this series, and like I said, starting out the tournament, such a close series against Mouse. It really inspired some confidence. It inspired excitement, at least, to see what they could do in the future games. But after what we've seen, I mean, the last thing I want, Tom, is for this to end. You know, you have that close competitive start. You think about the what ifs, the what can be, and then you get dominated in the last series. You know, get out as quick as you can be. We want to see a fight from Saw, and hopefully that will be on Ascent, because it certainly hasn't been here, but there's still time. A 9-3 half possible. Defensive side, 2 in a row. It's definitely doable. BRK has a chance. There's a player coming around that corner any moment now. They baited the shot, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now LaRock will be the one looking to take the fight. In fact, no, Rose has won it first. Looked like it was going to be a bit more awkward, but not the case. Another post plant. And BRK's got down through the smoke. It's going from bad to worse. The pre-fire's in. Loiter getting more and more confident by the second. The pot flash dodged. And even now, just firing into the open. Has another smoke, but I don't think Loiter will even bother using it. They feel so confident in their ability to fight against this team. And even while blinded, goes facing back in. 10-1. Any hope has left the server long ago. Any chance seems to have gone with it. As this Pacific squad, they've not missed a beat. It's easy to be negative. It's easy to look at the side of Saw and say that, okay, things definitely aren't competitive. They're not there. But on the other side of things, every single member, you're talking about a 3-kill difference from the top player to the bottom. Barely any deaths on their side either. This has been clinical.
Very much so. A masterclass from the side of Pacific. Double digits already found on the attack side. Perfect control of the map so far, but that is ended towards the A side. They've lost the player, and the deep drone is just about to catch the rotations away. B side expected to be the hit, but a lot of damage being done there, and even more now. Rose, the one to pick up that frag for the Pacific side, but it's the only one that they've got. That said, it has opened up the B side. They can get a plant out of this. The Saw are mainly focused around mid, and it's not like BRK wants to give it away another individual fight.
Oh, Cosmic Divide. So much utility. And an attempted counter failing. BRK will get one, and the second shouldn't be too far behind. They are going to find themselves a second round right at the dying embers of the half. We've heard of 9-3 curses. Not heard quite as much about the 10-2, Mitch.
No, it is a different beast altogether, but one that Saw now have to learn to navigate. Next map up, like we said, is their map pick, but this second half has to be a display of strength if we're to believe they can take this series. We'll find out if it is after the break. Welcome back, folks. 10 rounds for Pacific. We're entering the second half. It is early days, but well, it could be late days as well for the side of Saw. This is their last tournament, their last game, sorry, here in this tournament. And well, for the side of Pacific, it doesn't seem like they're going to take it easy on them, sending them home. This is a dominant display from the Turkish side. Now moving on to their defense and Saw's attack. Well, let's hope it's flawless, at least for a while.
Well, you know, do you want a silver lining, Mitch?
Sure, Tom.
I don't have one. Pacific are actually better on the defensive side. They win 71% of their defensive round and only 54 normally on the attack. So it's a really bleak scenario. I'm looking towards Ascent, but let's see if they can ruin the stats. They've got to do it anyway, right? A decent start. Sheriffs have been invested to. They've got to watch out. Jellison is still around the corner, but it is being checked for, and the shots land. BRK is going to put them with a 2-man advantage. And in this post plant, not going to be easy for the defense to get themselves back in. Paranoia sent through, but going to do too much. Comeback has been able to bring things a little bit further, but in these post plants, it should be nigh on impossible at this stage for the defense, and BRK at least is starting to step up. He's going to get himself 4 kills in the pistol round. A little bit of life still breathing through Saw.
And an important factor as well, moving into that next map. The reality is a comeback from here is going to be very difficult, and even with this win, they know that. But getting in the rhythm, finding the taste of victory again, and perhaps feeling that hunger coming into the next map, and that is one way to start it off for BRK, a confidence builder that could help out in the series, even if it doesn't end up having that much of an impact for this map. That said, we are looking at the 10th round for Pacific staying there. It won't be moving off the mark in this one. Just pistols for the side of the defense. Saw should have a walk in the park. The B site, the target. Pacific have the read. A big rotation underway. The spike should be there and planted by the time they arrive.
Yeah, the gamble not paying off, and playing a retake on this B site never easy, especially when they've walked into trips. The spam, they're gonna do a crazy amount. Every little bit of chip damage helps, and with an Astra breach post plant, I don't think there should be any way to get back into this.
No, very much locked out, and it's confirmed pretty much by BRK. Chance to get just one away from his ultimate. A little orb at least given to Astra. In the end, closed out and saw push up to 4. This one we didn't really expect to be contested. The next, though, is a different story. Rifles back out for Pacific, and I guess the main factor being that this squad has felt like they're just better on an individual basis in taking their fights. But they've had the advantage on the attack of being able to group up and take those fights together. Now, Saw will have to hope that being able to isolate some of these players is going to be the difference maker for them.
It also means that they can set up BRK a little bit more. I think that's the thing. He was often left in positions where he wasn't really near the action at all. Just gambles of where they would place him with the operator. I think he was forced off with utility quite often. So now they could just put him into position, have the util behind him, have that breach setting up stuns. And well, that's exactly what they've done. Looking like an almost full retake. Jellison's only goal is to maybe try and catch one and give them the advantage. They're also teaming up to make sure there's no one splitting in from behind, but they do have to be a little bit careful, because that lurk will be coming through from GTRW, or GRTW even.
It's a lot of letters and I can't read, but whatever it is, he's picked up a kill. That's all he's gonna get. Just the one to be found. BRK, well, not gonna need to do anything by the looks of things. It's being cleaned up by Addicted. 3 kills under his belt and a very swift conclusion to that retake. Well, the much feared buy round doesn't amount to all that much.
One enemy remaining.
No, I think the more direct take definitely worked out for them. The lurk was something that I don't think the defense were particularly ready for, especially with GRT having a bit of a rough time so far. Maybe a slight confidence builder for him. It's good to put the defensive side back on very little once more, so a chance to close that gap a little bit further. And for the side of Pacific, they've got to make sure they don't get overconfident, because sure, they're very far in the lead, and even though this map defensively has been great for them in the past, we know that compositions like this normally thrive when it comes to the attack. Again, an execution straight into A, and again, not a lot of resistance.
Well, it is certainly free on the site, but not further back. Thank God. Oh, comeback. You scared me for a moment. The pistols waiting outside of the site, and the aggression of Saw as they attempt to take that little bit of extra space ends up backfiring and costing them heavily. Addicted sniped Jalasun. He was up on the railing and got him over the box. Lloyd had left wondering where his teammate just fell from. Now with a sheriff in hand, didn't really stand much of a chance. They had the angle covered. Pacific 10 rounds still. Saw are starting to catch up.
Yeah, there was some crazy shots hit in this round by Comeback. Like, the back-to-back almost fall off the map would have been an interesting one. So they've still managed to make it costly, but the storm weathered. Addicted really starting to have some high impact round, and Pacific are noting this. They're letting the lead slip away from them. They're going to take themselves a pause. This is where they come in with the buy. This is where they get the operator in hand for Comeback, someone who has been fearsome with this weapon. But maybe this will be the turning point. But if it's not, then potentially we could be seeing some sort of comeback from Saw, which would be a very big surprise.
It would indeed. And not just because, like, it's very often in Valorant that you're going to see those side swaps benefit a team, and often quite heavily. There'll be a completely new identity. You could be getting destroyed, and then all of a sudden you're right back in the game. You're closing in the scoreline. We've seen it a million times, so it's not like it's shocking in that sense. What is surprising is the fact that they weren't just losing rounds because they're in the wrong position and they left a gap open and a huge flank happened, and so you expect when the sides swap the fact that the pace will change and someone benefits them. Saw were just bad. They were losing every fight. There were chances where like 20 bullets are fired at someone and the guy's still alive at the end of the round. The amount of butterfly effect whiffs they had were huge, and I think to turn that around, at least that inspires me. Like I said, I wanted to see them build up rounds for this reason. That okay, now you're warmed up, now you're back in the game. If we were to start this map again, maybe there would have been life from the get-go. Comeback stealing their lives away, though. The operator has dropped the spike up top, and that's a big problem.
It's something they'll have to go back for, or just look to try and continue the round fighting forward. It's definitely left them a little bit more isolated, but BRK again doing well. They've got to be careful, though. The amount of time that's been bought has allowed Loiter to get back in and behind them at that. Potentially a free kill onto BRK. Now the Blade Storm comes out, and it is so quick from Comeback. Just moments ago, we were talking about the potential of his namesake. I don't think that potential's there anymore.
Yeah, well, that is one way to hammer them down into the dirt. 11 rounds now for Pacific, and a big individual step up for Comeback. You know, you talk about the little bit of confidence boost someone like BRK just had. Well, that's just doubled, tripled up. Luckily, with all those rounds won, SAR still able to get an investment, still able to buy up into this. They're going to have the rifles and a lot of ultimates to boot. Hunter's Fury online for Addicted. We've seen big value from that ultimate all tournament long, even in this game here. On defensive side, backing off B, and it's Hunter's Fury to buy the space. That's got a tag and a kill. Oh!
That was almost 2. That was very nearly 2. A good luck, though, this time. BRK up in their faces, trying to fight them back, try and stop them, but already the trades are there. And I think they've spotted where Addicted is as well, while he's distracted by the shock dart. And just look at where the last player is. Cunha is miles away. He's trying to set up his star just to slow them a little bit because he's so ridiculously far behind. And they're so confused right now. They're like working out where this guy could possibly be. But he has to run. He has to go. The steps are going to be heard. They'll defuse before he's even remotely close. It is a blunder with the lurk being so far behind. But I guess also from his perspective, you're kind of hoping that your teammates last a little longer. You don't almost get collated by the operator of Comeback. But while it seems like the comeback was very, very short-lived. 5 rounds in a row. Now they need 6. Otherwise, it will be that first map victory as expected.
Seemed like there was so much potential. The Hunter's Fury, the push up from BRK. It always seems to fall apart for this squad. They had that little bout of clear skies and sunshine, and since then it has been a disaster. 2 rounds straight into Pacific's pocket, and the economy stretched thin for Saw. Able to get themselves a buy still. Light shields will be a big factor, and Blade Storm for BRK to be activated. From there, we need 6 rounds in a row. A gargantuan task for this squad, but we saw them get 4. There's a pistol, an easy follow-up, but still the potential was there. As I said, the main thing being that this squad can already count that they've lost the map. Most likely, that's the position you're in. But next map up is theirs. Confidence builder, getting back in the swing of things and just starting to understand we can do this. Take it across the line. That could be worth its weight in gold. So every little helps here.
This should do. That goes there.
It looks like once again, we're going to see aggression from the defense, although immediately denied by the stun. Paranoia used just to try and clear this ground, but the attack further back. But they have still been spotted. Seems like, if anything, Pacific kind of want to force them into the setup of Jellison. The Rock, they pushed him into the angle. Well, it's messy originally, but of course it doesn't last long, as does the map. 2 players remaining. Both revealed, make it just one. All onto Addicted, trying to cling to life. Hunter's Fury thrown in just for a little bit of banter, and of course, it's going to land. It is clean from the side of Pacific as they take map number 1.
It was looking like maybe Saw had some life in them towards the end. That's a good sign for the next map, but right here, there is no doubt Pacific were the better squad. They came, they saw, and they conquered. And now we move on to the next map, Ascent. Somewhere that you have to hope that in these rounds towards the end where Saw were managing to have a little bit of impact. We saw their thumbprint on the round as they carved out a bit of control for themselves. Maybe they've done enough to bounce back on their pick. We'll see if that's the case after the break.
To a monster.
your neck like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes, but I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large, we go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large, I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop or low. Dream big, live large, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
I know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Welcome back, folks. It's time for some more Valorant action. Tom, we've just witnessed a bit of a stomp on map number 1, Pacific dominating. And I want to know if you expect this to be the same coming into Ascent. Because listen, you saw me some hope about the regional results of Saw, about this map for them. But recovering from a stomping like that, you think what we saw from them at the end was enough?
Not really. I think, like, realistically, it's a much better map for them. They play fairly standardized compositions, but I just have so much faith in Pacific at this point. I think they've proven that they are a team that are very solid in the way that they play. And I don't know. I just don't see this being turned around. I feel like for Saw, obviously, they're a team that have already been eliminated as well. So it's going to be pretty difficult. I was muted in Discord, but I was talking to the stream. So there you go. I've given my answer. You just couldn't hear it.
Well, I'm sure your answer was very insightful, Tom, and I enjoyed every second of it that I didn't hear. So with this in mind, though, Tom, how do I ask you the same question, but in a different way? Now, we'll move on. I think at this point, the reality is my 2 cents on it. There is a clear top runner when it comes to this group. Pacific have made their way through the majority of the teams with relative ease. The game against Maus was close, was pushed to double digits, but decimating the ultimates, decimating Job Life on the second map, and now dominating Saw to start this one out. I'm more curious to see how Pacific are going to match up when we go across the board, and maybe we're looking at your CGNs, your Go Next, your Apex, who are kind of in the running for those top spots. Realistically, doesn't look like anyone can challenge them, but Saw, they have to believe that they can. Here on Ascent, it is an uphill battle, that's for sure. And I think one of the things that we can look at as we look back and see that 13-6 domination is in that previous matchup, or the map that we just witnessed, your Abyss. There's a lot of sorry, I lost my page for a second there. There's a lot of positives to draw.
There's a lot of no.
What are they? There's a lot of things out there.
There wasn't much. Honestly, nothing happened.
Maps,
if you just
guns,
joined us, nothing happened. Absolutely nothing.
Pretty much, to be honest. Pretty much. And inside of Saw, I think they would rather that be known. Nothing happened rather than what truly occurred. But yeah, there's a couple of things like BRK up against Comeback. We were worried about him or curious to see how that matchup ran. I think BRK on the server certainly felt like there were a couple of rounds that he was involved in pretty heavily. He had his thumbprint on it, and you can't ask for much more. So it's not even necessarily that the individuals, there's one guy dropping 38 kills like we have seen earlier on in Ascension. This is just a team diff, and we saw so many rounds on Abyss where, you know, the opening pick goes towards the side of Saw, and then through trading and through good space taking, Pacific are able to just overrun the site again and again.
Well, we are blown away by the fact that we have got standard compositions. I'm a little bit disappointed we don't have Larok on a Phoenix, just because it was fun. I enjoyed watching him play it. It seemed to work out quite well, but evidently that was just something they were throwing him for their previous match versus Job Life. He's back to the standard, it seems. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him on that agent, because they played fantastically well. For the side of Saw, this would be a statement. If they can sort of face them in this position, maybe they could show that, okay, there's a chance for us in this series, but I still favor the Turkish squad heavily.
It's impossible not to after what we just witnessed. They were on fire, and Comeback, no doubt, going to be a strong factor for them moving into Ascent. We saw BRK step up to the plate, certainly deliver, but those first couple rounds of Abyss, well, indeed more than that, the first 10 or so, need to be forgotten and not seen again for the side of Saw. Whiffed shots across the board, and I think even in a game that doesn't matter for them, it doesn't carry any weight, it doesn't affect anything from their side, so the pressure is off. We're still seeing what looks to be the pressure getting to these players, and at that point, you know, we got to ask, you know, how do you start without needing those buffer rounds to warm up? Because I think what we saw in the end wasn't terrible. They were certainly matching up, they were certainly able to swing for the fences, but it took a while to get there, and that's the real problem.
Yeah, I think also it's a much more standard and basic map. It's one that's been in the pool for the longest amount of time ever. So realistically, you're not going to be caught off guard by the more all-in takes. You know what you're going to be up against. I don't think the same excuses can be there. And as I said, regionally, this map has been incredible. They managed to beat the ultimates on it as well. So I think they've proven that they can definitely play this map to a very high standard, especially, actually, no, on both sides of the map. So I don't think it's too much of a worry for them at this stage. And as I said, they're kind of going into it with not a lot to lose. Like, what realistically, what is there to lose for them at this stage? They're already out of the tournament. They're 0-3. They can't manage to make it through. No matter what happens here, they could 13-0 the next 2 maps. So realistically, might as well just try and make this one competitive, make this one a little bit more interesting, and show that, okay, we do have that structure. We can sort of play together on this one.
Well, it looks like we've made it all the way to Ascent. Saw fighting to get to Sunset. And I think at this point, you know, like I said, a couple rounds at the end of the last, it puts wind in their sails. A pistol here invaluable for them. Pacific starting out on the defensive side, and there is still time. You know, there's 30 seconds on the clock, but I see 3 players grouped up at that mid barrier. Now, considering the dominant scoreline of the past map and how it probably felt to them, bar the pistol and the 4 rounds in a row as a result of it, probably felt to them like they were pretty dominant. I think they're going to start this one out with a lot of aggression.
I'll have to wait and see. For Saw, they are going to start out on that attack. Look to try and take a little bit of extra space. Loiter already off to a flying start, going down middle, challenging them, and you can see for Saw already maybe just feeling the pressure a little bit. When a team does that to you at the opening, you know you're going to get pushed and pulled, and looking for any further aggression outside B, and they're actually moving towards the exact position on the map that has been stacked up by the defensive side. 3 players there, but they managed to get rid of Laurent.
That they have. The first man has fallen, and Lloyd is not far behind. Tagged down low on the A site. Are making their way in, but so too is Rose, having retaken a bit of control and caused chaos. Comeback's able to grab a kill on the back of it. Fragger 1v3, trapped in a corner and left there with a 1-0 start for Pacific. That's not what you want to see if you're a Saw fan. Not damning by any means, but well, we don't want to see this one go quite as dominantly as before. So you want to see Saw on that board early.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, again, Comeback, he's been lighting up the server. I think everybody's been talking about him when it comes to Ascension in EMEA. And the fact that he comes into each one of these rounds with such an incredible amount of confidence. You have to bear in mind as well, like, sure, you're looking at Pacific and going, okay, well, maybe if they lose this game, they won't finish top of the group. But that's incorrect, because they beat everybody on head-to-head. So for them, this is just fun. Like, this is them getting a few extra practices on maybe maps that I was gonna say they're not confident on, but they won this yesterday versus Job Life anyway, so it's not like the craziest thing. Nice shots out from Addicted, at least making this one a little bit more competitive, maybe building up a little bit of confidence. He was one of the players that at least managed to do a bit of damage in the previous map, considering how dominant it was. That's not a bad mantle to have, but ultimately, round still goes the way of that defensive side. Might be a little bit more costly than they would have liked it to be.
Yeah, I would imagine so. You take a look down at their economy now, like they're really not going to have a lot to work with in terms of rifles. No one's upgrading like crazy. So there's a couple pistols. Runs down that cost. So this is their chance. They lost the pistol. It's okay. Now they've got the rifles against this weaker buy. 3 bulldogs, 2 sheriffs. Many chances for Saw to get on that board early. A site is where the spike is going. A little bit of a fake playing out on B. Doesn't seem to be working. I can already see Comeback is on his way to the A site.
Or you feel like for a second Loiter is going to just hit that shot through the smoke. I've got to the point with this team where sort of all bets are off. It's like watching Seeded. You just go, maybe he hits it. Like, who am I? Who am I to tell Seeded what he can and can't do? And that's how this Pacific team just feels as a whole. Like, oh, he's going for spam shots straight through smoke, which could realistically get him killed. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. I think you'll do it. And for the most part, they do. The drone is going to get them all the information. They've already seen a multitude of players, pinged up one of them. Hasn't pulled any rotation yet, but the knife is going to give more and more away. This is a great opportunity for Saw. Only a couple of players here, and if I've learned anything from the game the other day, holding on to the boathouse can be very difficult.
Oh, it comes with its challenges, but Rose is meeting that challenge. Come back, 16 HP won't last too long here. The spam gives him away. Dropped, as is Rose, and Larocque not far behind, just 69 HP on the swing. Able to drop Addicted, and the time here, a bit of a factor, 10 seconds. Spike has to be committed. Loida knows it, but not in the right position to punish. Never mind, picking off an individual, and another! Loida just shut that down. They tried to get into Boathouse, but he will not let them enter that doorway. At third on the board for Pacific. Oh, this is heartbreaking for Saw. That was their round.
Spike down B.
I don't know. I feel like after the last map, things stopped being heartbreaking and started just becoming another day at the office. Like these youngsters are just insane. You can't even like give them 0.2 of a second to prepare their shots because they'll land them. High pressure situations mean absolutely nothing to them. And the 1v2 made to look very, very easy. 3-0. A strong defensive side start. Of course, guess what? Comeback's going straight to the Outlaw just to make sure he can try and farm up some of those low shield players. And guess what? All 5 of them have got the light shields. And they have spotted him already. They've also got a lot of space to get in on towards this B site. The Hunter's Fury trying to disrupt, trying to almost make things awkward. They haven't checked the corner though. First kill's free. Is there anything more? Yes, there is. Jellison holding the line and has bought time for Rose in the backline and bought time for the rotations. Rose will even take one with him. But Cunha's made it interesting. Back to a 2v2.
Right here.
Workable position, but the spike being down in the open, a big problem. Cunha can potentially find one and TP up for it. Oh, but Addicted goes out wide, takes one down, leaves us into the 1 versus 1. No smoke. Cunha has quite a distance to run once he jumps up top. He's being very cautious, with no idea where Loida is lurking, waiting for that chance. And oh, the position's being given away. The shot from Cunha is good, waiting for that re-peek, knowing Lloyd is going to go for it, but 15 seconds left. The pressure's on for Saw. It's Cunha that has to make the move. It was a fake to start this one.
10 seconds left.
Being stuck all the way. Lloyd has not caught him, but knows he hasn't fallen back and catches him in the open. Another round on the B site where Lloyd will not let up. That's 4-0 for Pacific. And after the dominant map in the previous, this is the last thing Saw needed.
Lloyd is just insane. The initial hold, Jellison did very well. I think Cunha had a decent round as well. But even still, this is one tough position to try and get back from. 4-0. Again, they're going to invest. The operator now into hand as well, so it's not going to make things any easier. We'll see if this attack can finally get themselves on the board.
After what we've seen, I don't know how high my confidence levels are. No high impact ultimates really, but a couple very close, and Larocque is online. Nice angle. That's 1 kill for free. Cloudburst used, but Lloyd is on the off angle, closing this down. A deadly duo waiting on the A site. I've already claimed the spike. Fragger won't get much more. Denied after the initial engagement. Swings to close the door and gets shot by the op. This is a devastating scenario yet again. Round after round for Saw, where it feels like either they have a small opportunity and get destroyed immediately, or they never get started. The round's over before it begins. Drop down. Well, he waited for the reload, but there were plenty more players primed and ready for the fight.
That one was a little bit cleaner. 5-0 for Pacific on the defense. Their opponent's map choice going about as well as theirs. I wonder if there's to be a continuation of these 4 spies. This one seemingly lesser than the last. Cunha is going to invest into a rifle and light shields, but bear in mind, I was about to say, he wouldn't be able to buy into the next round if he does it. Maybe some frustration or some conversations about a hero rifle. But it does look like they've opted for the lighter option. For BRK as well, a single kill and a death would be Bladestorm. An orb being taken as well, so it's not even as much of a risk. And he has more cash than the rest anyway, so not really the end of the world. The drone just leading the path for comeback. Don't know if you're going to expect this operator this far forward and already losing the lurk. It gives up so much of the map that Saw are actually going to have to reposition and look to try and claim some of that ground back.
Scanning ahead.
The reveal will not actually catch anyone, and the drone won't fly with... Okay, a good place knife by Laroc. Lloyd is down as well. BRK's claimed some serious space. That's the one rifle they've gotten, although BRK's tagged up and Fragger is too. They've got the advantage. They've got the side on lockdown. The Hunter's Fury, all that could recover this. BRK desperately dodging it. The next fire goes towards Cunha, but he's dodging too. Well handled. And the Hunter's Fury of Rose not finding its mark. Sets them up now. Close range angles, headshot angles on the way out. And a chance for the weaker weapons below to land. And it's BRK trading out his teammate from afar. This is all that Saw needed. It could well be their first round on the board. Jellison trying his best to deny, and he's done well. The main player of the round, the only one to find the kills down, and the rifle no longer in play. Cunha good for at least the one, and it's Addicted to try to recover this. The shock dart's not landed, and it's already close to half. The next swing could be brutal for Addicted. He wants to get an arrow out, but in the end, it's the Sheriff to close Saw with a round at long last.
Definitely got dicey. BRK, an incredible round from him, just being able to get multiple openers into the site, especially with the way things started. They needed him to have a hero round, and he definitely did. Even still, it came down to the very late stages, with Cunha having to hold the ground at the end, and Addicted just playing with that timer. This will now give a big boost for Saw in terms of their economy. It'll give them an extra purchase, even if this one doesn't go their way. It's definitely not going to get any easier from here on out. That operator hasn't gone anywhere, but BRK has.
Yeah, well, I don't think many players want to go where BRK is gone. He's down and out of the round. Rose sends Addicted to meet him, and a chance for more with Fragger up close. Nice duel. Well, at least it seemed that way, right? Jellison's there, deeper down on the angle, trading the teammate, leaving Pacific with the advantage, with the spike down in the open too. I see the aggression from Lloyd. It's being spotted by the camera, so nothing big to come of that, and they should be able to reclaim the spike. The problem comes in the 2 versus 3. 50 seconds on the clock, and oh, that gives them plenty of time to go where they want. They just have to read where the stack is.
That's the thing. There's still utility to give the game away.
I know exactly.
Lockdown's going to be used, and you might be thinking it's a little bit early, but it will buy things down to the 30-second mark. They're going to go running into it. They want to try and isolate this man. They want to try and fight him, and you know what? They've succeeded. I thought that was one hell of a gamble, but it's definitely worked out. I guess expecting that must be the weaker side. You wouldn't use a lockdown if there was multiple players there. Loiter again, though. This is his domain. This is his site. Even though he might not be playing it most of the time, he's looking for a 3-for-3 retake, and this time he has support, but it doesn't matter! It's the Omen site! Just this time, the story is flipped.
We had a confidence building round that led to a large number over on the previous map, at least a relative to what Saw had previously. That round right there, Cunha, unbelievable. The nade even hits him, 20 HP, just the one shot needed, but none come close. That's a second round locked in for Saw, a chance now to bring this a little bit further. If they win this round, Pacific could be on an eco. You could see this scoreline very, very close from what was a pretty damning position. Even in that 2v1, it was looking like 6-1 and Pacific running away with things. Instead, a lifeline delivered at the last second.
With those back-to-back clutches. This might have just put the fire back into Saw. Still, both teams' economy on the edge. But that's a decent start. Removing Larocque from action with the operator. BRK has been fantastic, and he continues to be. Now has a Blade Storm of his own to fight with, taking the space. He looks to be the catalyst. Dear Lord, Comeback just goes dashing in. He wanted that fight badly, it seems, but a 1-for-1 trade definitely not worth it. And while his counterpart has done so much, there's little Jellison can do. That's going to be a third. There's nothing that can be done. And of course, it's BRK, who didn't even take a point of damage in that round.
The individuals stepping it up for the side of Saw. This is what we needed to see, and better late than never. This could have been 6 or 7-1, and instead, a tight scoreline. Jellison left to save on the other side of the map. Economy low for the side of Pacific. The attack side really getting their boot in the door. For Saw, yeah, they have to take this map and then go to Sunset, but it's one foot in front of the other. And previously, dealing with Loida and Larocque towards the side of A, there was no question about it. It wasn't happening. They're starting to be able to crack open what was previously an impenetrable wall. And I think you really have to look at a man like BRK for why that is possible. Can they do it again, though?
Well, evidently, Pacific are trying to come together to make sure that doesn't happen. They used the Blade Storm in the last round. It wasn't a low buy. They had rifles. So they're now sat in a position where their lead is slipping. It's happening a little bit earlier than it did last time. Of course, the lead is still theirs, and there were no slouches when it came to the attack side, so it wouldn't be the end of the world, but I think we're starting to see what Saw can do. And yeah, BRK, Cunha as well, with Addicted stepping up in clutches. This is the version of Saw that we wanted to see, especially with a clean round at their back. Starts to build up some of the extra money to invest into this next round. And for the defense, oh, they can have a couple of hero rifles here and there, but it's mostly going to be pistols.
Alarm bot out. Turn out.
Yeah, you can see they've stuck with that as the barriers go up. Lots of pistols for the side of Pacific. The timeout used to collect themselves and possibly even just discuss the next round and get the most juice for the squeeze here with Comeback and Jellison having those rifles. The presence early given away towards B. That drone just now heard. And we can see Pacific are starting to rotate back into position there. Rose to fill in the gap. Come back on his way. Even a slight rotation from Jellison. They're thinking about it. The spike's still outside of B on its way in. It looks like they're going to walk into a heavier defended side, or at least it did. We're second guessing it now. Saw on the way to the other side of the map.
And with Loiter not having a whole lot of support, getting caught out. Jellison's also been revealed. It would have to be Comeback, and again, it's only going to be the one and done. The trade's coming in thick and fast. Jellison, though, has locked them in, forced them to go back towards that B site. The defense has almost completely left that position. Larocque only just making it in. He doesn't realize how far forward they are. They're being pushed and pulled across the map. The rotations not quite working for this defensive side. Well, it's going to take a risk, and that risk, it shouldn't pay off. In fact, Rose is going to be completely blinded, and Cunha's there to help out with the final.
A nice cleanup in the end, and yes, the round goes as expected. Is what we warned of. Saw winning out that round just a little bit ago. A big individual step up, and now the rounds start to come flooding in. 5-4 on Pacific now with a full buy. Operator in play. And yeah, the null command alongside the From the Shadows. I'm not certain of their impact, but Addicted, well, a lot of these Hunter's Furies have been terrifying. I don't expect it off rip in the round, but keep an eye on that drone. If it finds its mark, it could be in trouble on that defensive side. The op, though, the main focal point for me, and Comeback is pushed all the way up in B main. A potential fight for him and for Rose here on mid.
Oh, it seems like they've been how's Rose managed to get away with this? Only going to be the 2, but even still, that's such high impact. Not cleared out. They sent the Sova elsewhere to check outside of B. That's normally where you send the drone. That's normally where you put the util to clear. It wasn't the case. And from a 4-round streak ending in an unfortunate manner, Pacific and more importantly Rose have got away with one there.
Just a guy tucked in the corner, and the bait further back. You get a little too pigeonholed in. It's the only thing you can see. A small mistake, but a very, very costly one. And Saw, win streak broken. Bankroll still there to support them, but now Hunter's Fury having been invested in the previous round, there's a lot of ults in play right here. And well, Fragger has tried to activate the null command, null effect, except for the damage done. It ends up leading to even another player in Addicted getting tagged low. Luckily, they're able to get him back online, having contested this laneway for this alley, which the spams were coming from. TP around Loida, straight in for a free kill. The spike is just around the corner.
Kenya's going in alone. He might get caught out because of it. Oh, this is a problem. Does get away with one, but that's the spike on the deck. It's a messy round, and the defensive decided to just leave this one. LaRock just going ham to try and hold on to them here, but then BRK comes in from behind. It is one of the most peculiar rounds I've ever seen, with fights across the map. A death match, if anything.
Last round before the switch.
And well, they couldn't match up to Pacific in that race.
What a peculiar round indeed. You have the attackers being able to get a player inserted on that B site. Then to execute on A does not work. They're not expecting such aggressive control to be held of short that deep into the round. 7-4. Defensive side, stringing 2 together, putting that dominance back up on the board. And Saw, they're going to put everything into this one. The big ults aren't there anymore, and they've got to be scared of B main. After what we saw in the previous round, you can see they're back and forth around the entrance to B main, not wanting to overcommit, knowing at any moment that recon's coming through, and that Odin spam not going to be far behind. But Rose is going to give them a moment to breathe.
Instead, they look to again split, looking to head in towards this A site. The operator ready and waiting. And now the dash comes through. Now, Comeback did actually walk away. The fake had done enough. The flash is madness. It's madness, but somehow Lurk survived. What? Oh, I guess the side of Saul must have been running around with scissors, because that's the only way LaRock gets away with that one.
Shutting them down.
How have they gotten away with it? Such domination from the Pacific side, and it ain't ending yet. Still yet to see a defensive player fall in this round, and I don't. Well, okay, we'll see one fall. That's good, but yeah, not feeling Saul's chance to take in the round, and now the half 8-4 as we settle it. That's a very strong first half for Pacific, considering the domination in the previous map. It could be a death sentence. We'll find out if it is after the break. Welcome back, folks. 8-4 to Pacific as they mount their attacking side here on Ascent. Saw's map pick. We had 4 straight rounds for Saw, a streak that was quickly interrupted and put to bed. Pacific now look to close this one out. They won the pistol to start out the first half. They win the pistol here in the second, Tom. It is going to look very bleak for Saw.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think that it's already a bit of a bleak scenario after the streak was ended, but there has been no doubt in my mind that this squad should be able to get those remaining rounds. We'll have to wait and see. As said, this map for Saw has always been stellar. They've proven they can play both sides of it, but that's not the start they were looking for. Cunha trying to turn the tide, and the tide has not been turned. It leaves Addicted. He's had his moments. I will say, I'm not the biggest fan of Larocque's position right now. And most of the time when you play these 2v1 scenarios, you want to make sure you don't give a 1v1. And he most certainly is.
Oh, yeah, he is a risk taker, I think it's fair to say. Sometimes it pays off. Sometimes it doesn't. But here, no punish. Addicted with the reveal. Time ticking very quickly, though. He is going to have to up the pace. The drop down into the open. Larocque almost in position to swing and not needed. Jellison, the one to close that out. And another pistol for Pacific. 9-4 in the map. Facing into what should be an eco. This is looking like a death sentence for Saw. One that they are going to struggle to recover from.
Honestly, I think the most impressive thing with this team might be that if Pacific win it all, at least I think 2 of their players, Loiter and Larocque, will not be old enough. So they could make a partnership with another tier 2 team and win again. And I wouldn't be surprised if they did. That would be the biggest flex of all time. Just not being old enough, being loaned to someone else, and then still winning. Like, that would be... I think they've become some of the most expensive youngsters ever. Little bit depressing, of course, because I think there's no doubt that these youngsters are definitely ready for the VCT, but there are rules, there are laws in place, unfortunately, that mean you have to be 18 to be in the league. Nice shot from Addicted, though. Not a bad start. Of course, the player that's gone down only has a pistol. Oh, that's not a pistol, though. Comeback left low as well. There's a real opportunity here. Actually, with them walking into what is a fairly stacked up A site, already a player very low, using Guardians and Bulldogs at that. I'm starting to get a bit nervous here for Pacific.
Yeah, understandably, they are running into it, and BRK, the one to present the major threat. In fact, another down below, a double for Cunha. It's looking very good indeed. Larocque left to try to pick up the pieces. 25 seconds left. And 2 players grouped up. He's just 2 HP. Okay, well, he's got an isolated fight, but walking into that, not going to be easy. A 3K from Cunha, and Saw are back on the board.
No, I think having the initial fight go so well for Addicted, it just forced the hand of this attack side to go walking into what was the stack. I also think it was very disjointed. Like, a lot of what this team does well on the attack side is play together, like have those sort of like fast-paced rounds where they group up. They didn't do that here. It was a player pushing through short who was low, one player goes in. It just makes things a little bit easier for the side of Saw to isolate those fights. They're not going to take a leaf out of their opponent's book. They're going to see that outlaw onto BRK. He was definitely very good when it came to the sniper in the first half and in the last map, in all honesty, when he was actually in a position to find kills. He did the job well. Of course, the purchase here for the attack kind of sucks, if we're being honest.
Scanning ahead. Found them.
It is a bit poor. Fair to say. You have to invest a couple more credits, get the damage done typically, but the side of Saw, they'll be happy to see that. BRK gets a nice easy kill onto Loida, and everyone else still standing is an easy kill as well, in theory. Just one shot to the body. Well, It only counts if you hit the body. And it seems like they most certainly have for the rest of these kills. 6 on the board now for Saw. Just 3 behind. I mean, this is the point where one more buy round going their way, and I start to believe they're very much back in this game.
Yeah, for sure. I'd like the pistol round probably should have been a nail in the coffin, but instead, finding the return puts a huge boost to the economy. It means they'll come into this one with a very strong round. In fact, they're going to go in with an operator, and they have enough to buy in the next anyway, so why not? And for the attack, it leaves them with some pieces missing. Not going to have the fragment on LaRock, already having themselves low shields on most players. And almost definitely won't have a buy into the next round if they were to lose this one. So we'll see. This could be a good opportunity for Saw to save some face and get themselves back into the map.
Yep. Definitely seems like it could be. And they're playing this one patiently. Understandably for the defense. Pacific, a minute on the clock. Decision time. Seems like they're already gearing up for this A take. Cage up, Paranoia in return. Cunha under pressure. That dash already come in. We're losing players left, right, and center on the site for Saw. Comeback jumps in to save the life of Loida. And a 5 versus 2 emerges. This was a successful A take if ever I've seen one. Addicted might have a chance to catch someone off guard, breaking around towards short. The door is sealed shut and 2 players low on the site. With it having to be broken open, I don't think they're going to be in any way surprised by his position.
No, for him though, he might as well go for this. He has enough credits that he'll be able to buy into a rifle next round and a better one than the Bulldog. For BRK, I'm not so sure. I think giving up the operator there had no value. Like, you're up against 5 players. Maybe you get 1. It's an extra orb. Sure, they have some spare credits, but that was a little bit of an overextension for me. And I guess for Addicted, he's come out with an extra gun, so he can drop over another op. But yeah, that doesn't seem like it was worth it.
No, the cost here quite heavy. And a timeout for Saw as they're going to take their time to close out this map. They're going to need a pretty strong performance, stringing together round after round, shutting down Pacific. We need to see players like Comeback and LaRock silenced. And even then, the impact of even the bottom of the board for Pacific has been up there for round wins. A lot to discuss for them. And I think in particular, the impact of BRK early round with that operator could be what separates Saw in terms of a victory or a loss. I don't know quite how easy it's going to be to land those impactful early kills, though.
This is definitely crunch time. That round was so clean for the side of Pacific. And as I said, when they go for these executions as a group, I feel like they have a crazy ability on like dive comps, like dive aggression, like where you see the pop flashes from LaRock, Comeback as an entry is sublime, but everybody is committed to the bit. Like they are all in with these fights, and when they do that, I feel like they're incredibly difficult to stop without the right util. When they play the defaults, I think that's where the opportunity lies a little bit more for the side of Saw. It seems like BRK might agree. This is an unorthodox position to have an operator, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's unorthodox. Loiter is so ready for it. The second swing might catch Comeback. Never mind. Oh, it just goes from bad to worse. But from good to even gooder, I guess. For the side of the attack. Oh, they're just, yeah, it's just done. It's just unstoppable at this stage. I don't know how he corrected in time. I don't know how Loiter was prepared, but they're one step ahead.
It really does just appear like there's nothing you can do in those moments. And this is similar to what we saw in Abyss in so many of the rounds. It just felt like Pacific moving as a unit were better. Moving as individuals were better. And at a certain point, you have to just put 2 and 2 together and say maybe Pacific are just better. And it definitely seems to be the case in terms of even just the group. Like I said, a couple close maps against Maus, but they smashed the ultimates. And on the second map, absolutely annihilated Job Life. Here versus Saw, there's not been, I don't know about you, Tom, but I if there's been more than 2 rounds where I felt like it was anyone's game, I'm surprised. You know, for the most part, this has just felt like Pacific's series.
I think the thing is, it's like they had the 4-round streak after the start, and for then I was like, okay, and then they ran through mid without checking a corner, and I'm like, okay, yeah, it's done. Like, it's so hard when you make those mistakes, and those are like glaring mistakes as well. I think that's the frustrating thing. Is like, these are things I think are just happening because of pressure, because of who they were up against, because the team that are on the other side, and because of how things have gone so far. I don't believe that those are mistakes they would be making week in, week out. And it just makes it so much more difficult for them. Straight in. Good start for Cunha. He's had his moments. There's no doubt about it. This guy has individual prowess. Good, even going to try and find something. Lorca's killed himself. Well, a little bit of help from your friends, I guess. The attackers are going to throw down a lockdown. They're hoping that maybe this will slow down the push. It's done anything but. They're going above and beyond. Maybe beyond the grave. And now it comes down to just loiter. The guy has been unreal in the clutch, but not this time. His counterpart of BRK will win this one. A little bit of comedic relief for the side of Saw as they were helped out by Larocque.
Yeah, oh, they can thank him later, I suppose. I don't know. I think for the side of Saw, you start to count them out. Same thing happened on Abyss. You count them out, and that was where the 4. Okay. All right, well, there was no need to show it in such high definition. Here it came down to just a second or so to actually get that lockdown destroyed. That could have been a very awkward scenario unfolding. Maybe a different result for the round. BRK a little too slow getting into position there, and Comeback has punished with a great amount of damage done to Cunha as well. Stuck in the smoke. Bladestorm looking for another victim. Won't be offered just yet. What? They even thought about a flash. There was a moment where Fragger was about to throw a flash, decided not to, and the push still happened. That is just a lack of synchronizing as a team. Another awkward fight, and this one seems to be done. Hunter's Fury used, and before the ult is done, the round is.
Match point.
This is seemingly coming to a close. There's definitely been a difference in individual ability, but I also think in cohesion. This round is a prime example of that. It's been messy. While at 12-7, Pacific have proven again and again that they might not necessarily choose this map. Regionally, it might not be their best, statistically at least. Picking it against them, well, after this, unless there's a 5-round streak, they will have beaten both Saw, who, as we mentioned at the beginning, regionally and including a game versus the Ultimate, 16-1 this year, and Job Life, who again had I believe an almost flawless Ascent. But those statistics mean nothing when the Turkish princes are on the server. When this man is facing you down. He is lurking with an operator. That's how confident he is right now. He's selling a ruse of a solo jet op on A. And they might actually double back to join him. No, they don't need to. Loiter's found another pick. Addicted's got a fight with an Odin on short. And the spike is going down. They're not going to be able to stop that one.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, the shot from Comeback as well. Insult to injury, really. This has been a dominant score line on the first map and a dominant display on the second as well. Pacific, for the win they most certainly have earned, and they've topped out the group with that. I mean, there was no downing it anyways, but doing so flawlessly, that certainly sends a statement to the rest of the competition. You better watch out if you're over in that group A, because there's a serious contender waiting over here.
Yeah, I think they'd already earned the #1 spot when it came to the beginning of the day, but if it wasn't guaranteed before, it definitely is guaranteed now. A mega impressive performance, a squad that is going to have eyes on them from now until the end of the tournament, and a team that I dare say are probably the favorites to take it at this stage. They have looked so impressive all the way through. And yeah, I think the second place over in the other group better be ready, better be prepared, because they are looking like one hell of a unit.
Oh yeah, they absolutely are. There is a lot to be said about this Pacific squad, and I think the vast majority of it is positive. What we've seen from them has been clean, it's been clinical, and it's certainly been successful. Not a single series lost. I know we're going to be talking to Rose in just a little bit, Tom, and we have a couple of questions for him, but really the questions lie with the rest of the teams in this tournament of, can anybody actually step up to the plate against these guys? We saw Pacific, as I said, against Maus have a rougher day, but if a 2-1 with like 13-7 13-10 is the worst you're gonna look going through group stages, well, I might have been a favorite
as well. That's the only map in the whole thing. Everybody else, 2-0 Job Life, which I don't think was an expectation, and most of the time there's at least one map where they just, it doesn't even look close. Like, they 13-3'd Job Life on Lotus. Again, another map that they've looked good on. That's been the thing with this roster, is they can have like a close map that a lot of the time they'll grind out, and then they have a map where they just bully their opponent. They just absolutely steamroll them. It has been an incredibly clean route so far for them in the group stage, and this was no different. Like, sure, I definitely don't think Sora played their best, and of course it's got to be frustrating. It's a whole year that leads to this moment, and unfortunately you don't take a series. They could have easily taken the first one. We've mentioned Maus, they seem to go close versus everybody. But I think in this matchup, I don't even know if they had played their best, if they would have been able to compete, because Pacific just look beyond anybody else right now. And Comeback, I think he's the only player on this team who I don't know how old he is. Maybe that's a question I'll ask to Rose, because I know everybody else is listed. I don't think, at least when I last checked, Comeback wasn't there on Liquipedia. I might go have a look. Okay. Oh, he is now 17 years of age. So even he will be a little bit too young to play, but maybe midway through the year, maybe someone will take a risk. We could bring him in at champs or something, but this team has so much young talent. Like, as said, I think only one player, I think it is Rose, is 20. Everyone else is 18, 17, 16, and 16. That's a roster we're looking at, beating out teams full of like seasoned pros, like pros who've been around for a while, or pros who've been grinding through the scene, or pros who've dropped down and are looking to fight their way back up. This team has come in and just gone, we're just going to make you look like fools.
Yeah. And, you know, we've spoken a little bit about it, but sure, there's a couple of players on, well, there's a lot of players on these teams that wouldn't be able to play in VCT next year. But the reality is, this is a marketing stunt still. Like, you're getting ready for the year that you are competing in that league and letting everyone know, like, hey, I'm a pretty good prospect. Again, maybe you can do it again next year. You're building experience as well. And for someone like Comeback, look, you get a little bit more experience under his belt, and he's going to be terrifying, because this was an incredible couple of days just watching this guy go around and frag out on the server. At times it looks like he's just sitting in a death match. So yeah, I'm very excited for what Pacific has to offer. Of course, like we said, we are going to have an interview in just a little bit with Rose, and we'll get to ask him a little bit about this squad, because there's a couple of teams on that other side that I'm curious to get his take on, because power levels have been very difficult for me coming into this, Tom. Usually when we talk about Ascension, when we talk about bringing regions together, there are regions that just flat out suck, but that doesn't seem to be the case this time around. One thing is for sure, though, aside of Pacific, they are a strong squad. After that domination, we've brought Rose in to have a little chat and pick his brain on how that series went. That's right, it's time for another Ascension interview. Rose, thank you so much for taking the time and congratulations on your victory.
Thank you so much, guys.
So I wanted to kick things off. Rose, your team has come in. You've gone 4-0. I think expectations, let's be real, at the beginning, expectations for most people weren't even that your team would qualify. People were looking at how, they were talking a lot about how you've now beaten 4 other regions. Do you think there's anyone left to doubt you at this stage?
I mean, you mean like other group, or I didn't get it, sorry.
Anybody in general, like fans or talent or even any teams. Do you think everybody now goes, okay, we need to worry about this team?
Like I mean, like in our country, like in Turkey, everybody was saying like these guys cannot do anything. Like, you know, like we raised from the close qualifier in this year, like 3 months ago, and everybody was saying like if they can stay in region, I mean like league, it's gonna be okay for them. Like, but and we were just trusting each other because we know we were so good, and that's it. I mean, like they know we are so good, but they are not talking to the community. But that's what I can say. Like everybody was talking about our tier list. Like everybody is putting us in D or C tier, but we were just laughing. You know, like these guys are talking like that, man. It's okay. Just we were underdog every time. That's the main thing for us. Like we just need to be underdog every time. Because when we are so, I mean, like how can I say? When they are looking to us like they are underdog, they are so bad, and that's the main power for us. Like we are just feeding from them. You know, like sorry for my bad English,
I don't know if they're going to look at you as the underdog after a 4-0 group, though. You guys are certainly making waves out there. You're drawing eyes. I wanted to ask you, looking over at Group A, because look, 4-0, nobody's competing with you in your group. A close game against Mouse, but for the most part, you guys have looked way better than the competition. You've earned your top spot. Do you think there's anybody in Group A that can challenge you, that can give you those close series, or is Ascension going to be a walk in the park for Pacific?
Like I think we are I mean like we were playing Prek against them, like Gonex, Apex or something like that, and like Preks were very going like, how can I say, face to face, or how can I say, man, I don't know, like 12 to 12, like you know, like so close, so close. But like before the playoffs we were playing with them, and we were beating them in Preks. Like I don't want to give the name about team, but I think we are just gonna play our gameplay, like game style. That's the main thing for us. We just need to play what we worked about that, and that's the main, like how can I say, main what we need. You know, like that's it. That's what I can say. Everybody can come for us. It's we don't, we don't care. You know.
So you are somewhat the old man of the team at the ripe old age of 20 years old, which makes me feel very old, I'll be honest. But at this stage, you've got 2 16-year-olds, a 17-year-old, and an 18-year-old.
Yeah.
How does it work in these sort of scenarios? Because you haven't really lost too much yet. Like obviously you've lost a map here and there, but is everybody just like super excited to be here, super confident, or are there moments where you, as the older player, have to go, all right, guys, come on, we need to do this, or you know, you got to get off, I don't know, Roblox or whatever other games that they're playing?
I mean, like when you are playing with young boys, like 16, 17, 18 years old players, when you are IGL, it's so easy to teach something to them, you know, like because they are not playing with their ego, they are just so open to improve their self. That's what I can say. That's the main thing, I guess. Awesome. Like, because they are not playing with their ego, they have zero ego. That's the main thing for me. Because if they have ego, they are gonna say like, bro, this guy is not better than me, like in game sense. Like when you are older, I mean, 22 plus, like 20 plus, I mean, that's the main problem for our country. If you are older than the younger players, like me, I was playing with older than me guys. I mean, like players. I think like they're thinking himself like this guy is not better than me in game itself. That's the problem. That's the always problem
I
in
get you.
FPS games, I guess. When they are like younger than you, that's not problem because they know you know something different from them. I know my game sense is like better than them, but their talent, I mean like aim power, like reflexes is so, how can I say, different. I cannot be there in level, you know, like in this like aim power or something like that. That's what I can say about that.
I'd say your aim power is pretty good. Come on, man. I've seen some of the clips you hit this game. I'm not having that. I'm not having that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, you've been solid, as has your team, Rose. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview. Really appreciate you taking the time. Enjoy the rest of your day and enjoy the victory celebrations if there are
Thank
any.
you. You're welcome. Have
And
a nice
good
day.
luck.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, best of luck to Rose and the Pacific Boys. 4-0, a very impressive achievement to kick things off. And Tom, I've also heard in the meantime that Go Next have been eliminated from the running over on the A stream. They lost their series against Desire, and whatever happens in head-to-heads and so on, I believe they're down and out. Unlucky for them, but that means we've got some exciting games upcoming to decide how playoffs are going to be looking. Don't go anywhere. We're going to a break, and when we come back, we have more Valorant coming your way.
Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know I'm a pro. Didn't know I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know I'm a pro. Didn't know I'm in the zone. In my zone. Yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. Focus on my goals. Whoa. Doing my thing, got the blinders on. Filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on. I am a bomb. Golden touch, got the mind that's on. Man, I don't play. I'm on the way. Beast mode, King Kong coming today. Obstacles try delay. Crush that, we don't just do okay. Hey, on a wave from the cave to main stage. I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay in my zone. Yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. Focus on my goals. Whoa.
Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Checking the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time that you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm nashed up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Ascension. We've got one more game on each stream left to go, and we're all very excited to kick this one off. I believe Mal's and Job Life over on the A stream has already started an Apex versus Barca going on now. Determining who goes through to the playoffs is a big challenge, and one that's going to take a while. We'll let you know exactly what the permutations of this scenario are for the remaining teams, of how many rounds they need to win, how many maps. That's complicated, so we've got the big brains working on it in the background. For now, I can tell you that CGN and Pacific are through, and the teams in red, you may have guessed it already, but they're not through. They're out. One spot remains for each group. Red is bad, Tom, and that is something Mouse should have thought about before making their logo. That's maybe why they're down here. Yeah, I think I know who's going through.
Luckily, it's just sounded like you were talking to yourself because I was muted. But even still, I didn't add much in, so it's absolutely fine. It just makes you sound a little bit insane. Nonetheless, yeah, CGN, after losing their first match going through, is massive. Like, the play-in team has made it through, so again, that's the second place team from DAC that's managed to make it all the way back. I didn't even intend for that to rhyme, but it sounded nice. Nonetheless, I think this is going to be another game where ultimately, from my perspective, which doesn't hold a lot of value, Apex's life is in their own hands. I think that's all we really need to look at in terms of, from our stream's perspective, is if they win, they are qualified, because 3 wins is bigger than 2 wins. That's how I'm looking at that. And if they are to lose, then we leave it down to the nerds, who you might be thinking, Tom, you're a video game commentator who is 30 years old and still shouts every time someone shoots someone with some pixels. You're a nerd as well. But these guys, we've locked them in a basement, and they're going to just be doing calculations the entire time. That's not true for legal reasons. We're going to be getting into the map veto for Barca. This is a case of pride once again. This is an opportunity for them to prove that these close matches can be undone. Like, they went 2-1 every single series. It's definitely a heartbreaking way for them to go out of the tournament, but definitely proven that they can go toe-to-toe with anybody. So I don't think this is going to be a walk in the park. They've actually got in for a pick of Abyss. I believe that might be a slight counter, as they also lost it versus Go Next, but they lost it slightly better. So I guess that's why they've gone for this. Sunset, an obvious choice, as it is 13-1 across the year for Apex, and 1-5 across the year for the side of Barca. So a heavy favorite in that map. And the third and final map will be Haven, which, hey, Apex have looked pretty decent on that, and it's more of a middle ground and has been played quite a lot so far for the side of Barca. So ultimately, I'd say that map 1 heavily favored to Apex, map 2 more of a middle ground, maybe slightly over to Barca, and map 3, I'd put it slightly over to Apex as well. So I think they're favored to take the series, and Mitch, they need to take the series.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Looking at the first map in particular, Tom, this is somewhere we're going to expect to see Kayak popping off, right? We got to see that Neon the other day up against Desire, and there was just no stopping him alongside of Vova. I think those are going to be big challenges for Barca, and from what we've seen so far from the Barca squad, it's not like they're completely lacking firepower. It's not like this is a team that can't deliver some upsets. In fact, they could have taken the series up against CGN, a team that's done remarkably well for themselves here in Ascension. So I wouldn't count them out by any means.
Yeah, like, I got to cover their opening game, and I think that Jesse was fantastic in it, had some really high impact fights. So I'm looking forward to seeing more from him. Obviously only brought in for this tournament, which of course Weber was a really big fan of, and we'll see if they're able to sort of find something here. I'm also a huge fan of Maniac. He's someone who's been around for a while, and I think, again, we get another Polish duelist battle, which I think is always going to be exciting. So hopefully we're going to get a good match here. Obviously, the Apex winning is enough. From my understanding, even them losing and winning a map might still be enough, but I'm not going to say that 100% because I'm not 100% sure. But them winning is enough.
That's the goal. It may surprise you, but
the goal.
For most teams, that will be the goal. Win the series. We'll see who ends up achieving their goals here today. For Barca, this is pride on the line and perhaps a trip to Mykonos. Don't know which one of those they'd rather.
That's a lot on the line. Like, if Apex win, they get a trip to Berlin. Barca win, they get a trip to Mykonos. I'm not saying that I'd rather have a trip to Mykonos.
Wow, then come into the studio, tell them on. You know what? You go to Mykonos.
I live very nearby.
that is true.
I don't live
It'd be a
nearby
great
Mykonos,
prize.
but I would also rather be a part of the VCT as a professional player for the next 2 years. So, you know, there's
I don't reckon you would, Tom. You'd get rinsed by Reddit. I've seen your sprays.
I already do.
Kayak, we said this guy, he might light up the server, and he's already got 3 kills under his belt. Guardi, he's trying to recover. 2 versus 4. Any pick would be valuable for this squad right now, and they're not finding a damn thing.
Lord.
4 kills in the pistol round. You worry about what this man can bring to the server for good reason. Kayak, he's aced it in the first.
Somebody really wants to go to Berlin, I guess. Like, oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that was a very impressive round from Kayak. That is a man who, as I've already said at the very beginning, this man is destined for the VCT. If his team come with him or not, it's a very different thing. But there is no doubt in my mind that we will see him on a tier 1 team next year. This guy is unreal, and he has aced the pistol round in their most important match.
Yeah, of all the times to do it, this really is the perfect one. Starting it out with success. Flying colors. The side of Apex. And look at what they're up against. Barca, lots of weak weapons, but B site stacked up. B main with players tucked in every crevice. Unfortunately, although there were a lot of players here moments ago, it looks like they've made the correct read or gamble, whatever you want to call it. They seem to know something is up towards the B site, and with 4 players there and the other one in spawn, it's fair to say A should be pretty easy for Apex. The question is if Malsey gets punished. He has only got a pistol, so it's not going to be the biggest loss in the world, and he is holding on for dear life. Great damage.
Kayak's asking questions as to why he didn't ace it. But other than that, it's not going to be a huge loss. And for Kayak, he's already one away from his ultimate. So there's that.
Oh, that's
too.
weird.
They might have the overdrive. There you go. Overdrive is now available for him. I think this man's looking for style points, because I'm not going to say at this point he's being greedy, but there, other than just getting extra kills, there's not actually any value for him doing anything anymore. And the best thing about this is depending on how they want to play it, he can now give that rifle over to a teammate and just run around with laser beams.
Well, Tom, it looks like that is how they want to play it as well. Kayak's already dropped the rifle. I imagine finger guns are coming online right at the start of the round, and we are going to have quite the battle on our hands.
Especially with light shields as well. Like this, it can already shred people in the right hands. Like I think that's the thing. This ultimate is one that I was gonna say if you're accurate enough, but I've just watched him shoot 15 bullets in an attempt to find the cam and didn't find it, which is a bit unfortunate, really, because they're gonna get to hold on to that information on the defensive side. That's the thing, though. One of the things we've always talked about with Apex, be it this roster or the last, is how they deal with pressure. For Barca, pride on the line. Pressure, not at all. They're already out. For Apex, this is everything. They're already being talked about in the fashion of victors. They're already being talked about as a team that could choke it once again, just like the last roster. Let's see if they crumble in this scenario. Already off to a great start in this round, although Guardi's done well.
He has, and Jesse seemed to have the timing, but Malzy's punished. The A site's open now. The plant can be acquired. Only says to stand in between them. I'm not gonna get it done. soulcast putting him to a stop immediately. 3-0. Apex fighting from the very get-go, and a couple of moments where it looked like Barca would have a little something to say about this, but I think that's where it fell apart. That double pick really closed the round. Barca now have to go down to a very weak buy, and this is going to be a streak of rounds out of Apex, a probable 4-0 start. With Kayak 7-1, he has got to be feeling it before he's even had a real challenge in the rifle rounds. Before he's had a rifle.
Yeah, he technically had one in round 2, but yeah, gave it up just to try and do damage in the last. Wasn't even needed. His teammates did the work, winning their bonus. And for the defense, it leaves Guardi with a Guardian. And the rest are just going to be left on the sheriffs.
Right here.
B-site threat.
Right here.
Cam waiting for them. They know about the trap. That's put deep for the early information. Now they've got it. The smoke can go down. The smoke for the right side. They're just going to spam through it. Trying to make this at least costly. It certainly is already. That's Kayak down. Damage done with the pistols. The rotates coming in for Barca. Lots of players here now ready to fight. And Guardi with his Guardian, like you said, he's good to pick up one. Jesse and Maniac stepping up to, and Hype now has to recover this. What should have been a round locked in is instead under threat and stolen by the side of Barca.
It seemed like the way things started, the read was there for Apex. They had the utility spotted, managed to get quite far into the site, but didn't win any of the fights. And the crossfire definitely looking better for that defensive side. Not the start that Apex will have wanted after getting 3-0 onto the board, but they do still have the finances to go back into this one. Ultimates not too far away, but looking like the defense will have them first. They're even looking to try and challenge in the early round. In fact, we might have a brawl with Kayak. Well, I guess getting the respect of his opponent.
And that brawl is well and truly avoided, but Barca aren't happy to play it passive. They're going walkabouts on middle.
Right here.
Orwin and Maniac, the ones taking space. An initiator and a duelist. I think we know who's the first to take the fight, but Maniac's moved to B. They're trying to clear out the space. They're expecting B main presence, but instead, it's the other side of the map. It's A under threat, size to concede the space, and I'm not sure he'll get anything done. He was in this position before and got spammed down, and be surprised to see him stick around, and that drone tag sends him running.
Right here. Revealing enemy tag.
Looking like the defense are actually happy to play this one as more of a retake. I don't mind it. I think a lot of teams will get caught trying to be over aggressive. Speaking of aggression, though, that combo was perfect. The paranoia, the pulse flash, and everything in between. Guardi's done well. The flash will be dodged, and there's no further need for him in this round. 4-1. I didn't mind the fact that Barca went for the retake, but the way that Apex were more than happy to be proactive in their post plant just made it completely null and void.
Yeah, this is the problem, right? You have this squad setting up for the retake the whole time, which was the right call, considering we started out with Say's backside A. Like I said, he'd been seen there before. He got tagged by a drone, sent packing, and at that point, you're not going to just go running back in to compete. I think it was like him and Vorwin who were there on time to walk up to a smoke and spam where they've already lost a couple rounds ago. They lost a player to that kind of play. They've seen Apex are very keen to spam right back and that they're ready for it with how quick they did it before. So I think it was the right decision, but Apex get up in their face. They're disruptive about it, proactive. They don't sit back and let you set up. Instead, they go straight in and take those fights. Well, that's a mistake this time. Size waiting on the back of B. He'll find one. That is all he gets done. Weaknesses for some of the other players. Hunter's Fury put through by Malsey. And, well, it's not got a lot done. Nothing, in fact.
Yeah. Especially when combined with a reveal on the back. Well then, I guess that's one way to do it. An easy kill for soulcast, another for Malsey. It doesn't seem like the ults being wasted actually matters too much. Because the Neural Theft and Hunter's Fury went. But then they win all the fights anyway.
Last player standing.
Certainly is one way to do it. Like you said, when we start that out, right? Say it's such a good opportunity, picking one off, doesn't play the retake this time with the weaker weapons, decides to stand his ground, gets the value with Kayak shut down, which is, you can't understate the value of that. But it's how quickly Apex make the adjustment. They just go running down towards him. He's got a disadvantage in the fight, so he loses it. And then they reset. Hunter's Fury is used just to get a little bit of extra space to buy some time as well as Plant is coming in. They win every single duel. There were 2 rifles for Barca, 2 big dangers, and they're dealt with immediately at timeout. As Barca see, they haven't been able to make as much of a dent in these previous rounds as they wanted to in terms of stopping the Apex aggression, stopping them from getting plants has been hard. Once the plant goes down, stopping them from continuing the push has been tough. And if the attackers are able to successfully push onto your site and push into your spawn, well, there's not a lot going right for you, is there?
Oh, this is a nice spot.
No, and I think as well, you just have to bear in mind that this is a map that
Yes, this should do.
Apex
This goes here, that goes there.
incredibly competent on, so I don't think that this is something where you can afford to let them get too far ahead.
There.
Either way. Back into the round. How did Guardi get tagged up so badly already? He's already down to just 51 HP. Maniac, he's about to walk into what I thought would be a firing squad, but 2 players backed off. He gets a 1v1 versus Hype and he wins it. The pressure going to be put on elsewhere. Vorven has been off to a rough start. Seems like he's about to be revealed at the back of the site. They know exactly where he is. I wouldn't be surprised to see, yep, it's this util combo again. They have not been able to deal with the paranoia and Kayak combining together. Another pot flash to try and set him up, but Malsey's already got to kill Guardi, though, again. This guy has been doing well to fight these rounds back, but he falls. And now it's left all onto Jesse. His teammate down on the floor. Bringing it back, it's not going to be easy, and he's just been headshot through the wall. soulcast, who's had some quieter performances, Mitch, really stepping up so far in this map.
Oh, absolutely. What a read that was. I don't know if he caught a glimpse of him moving back, but the initial aggression, perfect. What a response from Maniac and Guardi. It looked like they had this in the bag, but what a read by soulcast, man. 6-1. The attacking side putting these rounds away like it's nobody's business. And now Barca, the ones to do it all. Weak weapons. 1 round on the board. They're saving over a bit of cash for the next, and the early aggression certainly doesn't go their way. In fact, the only damage they've got on the board right now is courtesy of Apex. And Hype has snuck into that corner just in time. That'd be frustrating for Barca. They tried 2 attempts at tempered aggression, and immediately they are met with failure.
Patience now from Apex. For the most part, these sort of rounds can end with your opponents almost making the mistakes for you.
Take flight.
You have a 2-man advantage, a weaponry advantage. Well, they've definitely got the info. There's no doubt about that. Guardi, he's been good so far, but there's nothing to be had. Molsey immediately removes him from position. A rotation being attempted by Jesse, and it's the same. They don't get anything in this round. Another flawless to come through for Apex. 7-1 in the lead. Looking to speed run their way into the playoffs.
This round not as big of a problem with all the weaknesses in play, but it's the scoreline then that does just start to creep in on your mental. 7-1 is a dominant position, but Barca, they get to try something new. Maniac is pulling out the operator. They have 3 ultimates, 1 big one in the hands of Vorwin, who's had a tough game to say the least. I think that's fair to say for all the Barca players. They haven't been able to get it on the board just yet. There's still plenty of time. This is the round to get it done. If they fail here, Barca will have an extremely long road back into this. Size seems to be the one with pressure. No, he's not. Kayak's gone straight into the spawn. Vorwin's day is only getting worse. And although Kayak dies, he's opened up the avenue completely for his teammates. Great flash. Good shock. They're going to struggle to recover on this one.
And Vorwin's going to start believing that someone's put a curse on him, because this game has just been rough. I don't know if they've seen Maniac. I think they must have done. 2 players now. Whoa! Okay! Avova with the, well, Ferrari peak. That was just disgusting. Soulcast's timing couldn't be any better either. There's the first second as well. From a moment of Kayak going down a 4v4 to what, 20 seconds later, and the round is already over. This is a clinic right now from the side of Apex.
Yeah, I think Vorwin's going to be coming out of this game straight into a Limp Biscuit marathon. I don't think he's going to be feeling very good. Straight out of this map, probably. That's the whole 6-minute break. Is just going to be him bopping off. Let that frustration out, because he has had a tough time of it, culminating in that previous round where Kayak just pops ult and runs straight into his face. Early Hunter's Fury. Back with a vengeance. And he won't be on the board just yet. Damage done to Soulcast at least.
He doesn't
Foundation built. And yeah, you're right. He doesn't have a weapon. I mean, understandable. He's given it over to a teammate considering how things have gone so far. And Size does pick up Kayak. That's the opening.
Yeah, I will say Maniac having 1800, but I guess it's working. I guess the don't give Vorwin a gun strat has somehow come up trumps. They've still got to deal with hype. Getting this plant down is definitely not going to be easy. Trying to bait them in, but it works out in the end. It will be a second round on the board for Barca. One that they had the information very early. They were able to get very fast rotations, very reactive. Get people into position. Some solid wall bangs at that. Question will be is, can they recreate it?
That goes there.
Well, this is it. And how many times can they recreate it too, right?
Oh, this is a nice spot.
They're on a knife's edge at the moment. They can still fall into the side of this being okay, but the half could also spiral far out of control to the point that we see most teams struggle to even come close to recovering. But opening speaks well for them. Kayak had it so many rounds earlier on where he was just dominating the early fights, but now a couple of times Barca have been able to shut him down, and that seems to be the key to success. At least the first door opened.
I'm out of here.
They've been able to pick him off in a few rounds. Most of the time it came at the trade of space or an opening kill. This is one of the first times that hasn't been the case. Oh, Jesse's almost caught. He's been having a rougher time of it here. Smoke fading in mid. It looks like that's where the attack are opting to challenge. Definitely need to be careful of that gap that's been left. Instead, they're pressuring towards this B site, but with 2 players in main, This is not going to be easy. Clear. In fact, they're going round the back. Jesse might be in for a very nasty surprise. No, in fact, it's soulcast that's caught. And with the crossfire in place, I don't even think there's any time.
Last player standing. 10
Certainly
seconds
running
left.
quite low.
Spike down
Avova
B.
putting up his fight, but too little too late. Another round locked in for the side of Barca. And like I said, look, that knife's edge, it could have been deadly. It could have been tough, but instead what could have been a 10-2 half, 8-4 now possible. They can still shoot for the stars, and this series is not, and the map indeed, not over for Barca, especially if they hit that 4, especially if they get the pistol under their belt.
Player standing. 10 seconds left.
We are starting to see some of these facets come online. Maniac growing into that duelist role, and Vorman on the board.
At 8-4, definitely not a death sentence. We've seen some
Cage triggered.
closer halves
Gotta go.
for this side, although I will admit a lot of them have been on the defense, is where Barca have really been able to put up those numbers. Jesse from above trying to watch over his team, but it's Guardi at the backside holding that line. Jesse just not able to find anything, and Moses going swinging. Moses got the timing almost spot on. The flash also completely blinded Vorman, but he still lives to tell the tale. It's now left on to one man, but again, with how things have been going, this might just be the man that you want. Maniac
Down B.
to try and face versus 2, the first successful. But still a chance for Hype to reposition. Plenty of time to play with, doesn't need to rush. Maniac gonna slowly realize, or maybe not. A little bit too slow from the duelist. A 9-3 half for Apex. A dominant start and an almost dominant finish.
It certainly could have been a dominant finish. 9-3, though, still a strong scoreline. We're going to go to a break and find out what happens in the second half after this.
Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large, we go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large, I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop or no. Dream big, live large, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
Well, folks, we are back 9-3 in favor of Apex. They are certainly looking good, and if there's a playoffs run to be had, they seem to be the team that has earned it for now. Barca looking to put up the roadblock, though, and stop them, and with 3 rounds on the board, they certainly have some work to do.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those scenarios where for Barca, again, pride on the line, but also a trip to Mykonos. 9-3 half, though. It seems like it should be very difficult to fight back from. Pressure we put onto Hike. Doesn't have a lot of support. In fact, he has none. And the swing back in from Kayak will even things up once again.
Planted.
Defense about to be pressured. An aggressive stance on this attacking side. Looking to fight through it towards the spawn, and they've done it. Pistol round under their belt. Lifeline has been grabbed.
That it has. Secured in the back pocket. This was a much needed round and close to slipping out of their grasp, but they've done what was needed. Barca buying themselves some more time and perhaps enough runway to get back into this. As we said, 9-3. It's workable. But it really did need that pistol win. Now, what it also needs is that Barca don't come in and lose the follow-up round. We've seen this more times than I care to count. But at least the start is good with Mignac and Vorwin both delivering. It looks like another... Well, Kayak was very close to ripping Guardy's head off, but yeah.
You know, it's only almost. Right, yeah, cool. Cool. That's how my classic works. Definitely works the same. Somehow I'm more scared of him now. When he was running around with a rifle. And that's the thing, Avova's had a very good half. Soulcast has taken space in middle, but again, they have nothing to play with here. Any extra kills would be great, but expectations are slim to none. And while it would have to be an ace with a classic. If this one happens, I think we just end the series here.
I'm with you, Tom. I'm with you. But luckily, that's not going to happen. We don't live in as crazy a world as we could have. And it is 9-5. Barca chipping away with the lead of Apex. And they will be able to fight for this one with actually pretty convincing weaponry behind them. Full Vandals, full shields. Sorry, light shields. But everyone has shields. I think, and obviously full utility as well. All in all, this is not a bonus round. And as far as getting a leg up early on with the ability to buy, even if they lose this one, they've got 2 shots to stall Apex early on.
I must wait a moment.
Go, go, go.
Maniac looking to not stall for a second. In fact, it's size. He's managed to find himself a couple of kills in middle. That's a massive start to the round. Maybe even a third about to present himself. As there's a couple of players still around mid, almost looking to save this one. He knows exactly where they are, but isn't looking to overface. Not looking to throw the weapons away. And for the side of Apex, well, the hope was that they'd be able to save these, but it's not looking too likely at all.
Gotta go.
No more secrets.
Malzy could have one hell of a round, but not feeling it, even saving this rifle. A challenge. They're all around him. They've surrounded entirely. Mignac, 5 HP, but boxing him in, keeping him a bit closer to the rest of the squad who are rounding those corners as we speak. Barca in with another. This one quite convincing, losing players in the late stage of the round in Apex. 3-round lead now. This was a dominant first half. They only allowed some rounds to fall into Barca's hands towards the end of the last half. That's given them anything close to this lifeline. And now they're on pistols, facing into what should be a 9-7 scoreline, Tom. This is competitive again.
Yeah, the crazy thing as well is, like, I've always heard from my girlfriend that size doesn't matter. But in this round, it really looked like he just completely turned it on its head.
Right. Now, Barca, do not slow this down as you typically would against pistols. They don't play the push and pull of the map. Instead, it's just all out aggression. And 1 kill is found by Apex as a result, but fairly clean stuff to begin. A 4 versus 3. 4 versus 2. Okay, Mignac is playing incredibly aggressive, and that risk is punished immediately by Malzy. Hopefully that doesn't cost too much more, because there is a rifle down, but luckily with the Vova falling, all they have to worry about is Malzy, and there's plenty of guns trained on this position. No way out without a big battle for this man, and a battle he'll have, but not one that he wins. 9-7, 2-round gap.
That's it. Again, a round where a very direct take, and you can see the confidence is growing now for Barca. 4 rounds in a row, the attack side looking good. As said, when they played this map Previously, you're talking about 9-3 defensive half versus Desire 3-9 on the attack. They weren't able to put up any attack rounds. The last time they did was versus KPI in one of their only, in fact, in their only victory.
Hi, I'm pissed.
Maniac, though, is now going to take a leaf out of the book of Kayak and do exactly the same thing. Play this bonus round with his ultimate online, and Kayak has that happened last time. In fact, I remember it. Just a player being immediately obliterated, and while that seems to be the case for anybody who looks Kayak in the eye, the thing is, though, the trades have come back. Fragment into the corner, sort of, in an attempt to slow them down with the spike on the other side of this cage. That really hasn't helped. But Jesse, he's going to try and section them off a little bit, but buying a lot of time. And in fact, the attack are almost using that as a, I would say, a bit of a ruse, but they do end up going and grabbing the spike anyway.
Yeah, spike is grabbed and planted. Apex not looking to harass them all too much on that. Hunter's Fury available.
Not ready yet.
They're gonna go for this together, catching Jesse as he puts the smoke down, yet he still gets a kill. A second from this position as well. And Size all the while has been putting down covering fire. 3 HP for soulcast, and no decision but to run for the hills and save the weapon. But to run, hold on. No decision but to run away. Well, he's stuck around and he's been shot in the head and lost the rifle. 9-8 we go. Barca, I am genuinely surprised that we're here, Tom. They're 1 round behind their opponents. After a lights out game to start, I really did not think they were getting back into this.
No, it definitely seems like Apex have taken their foot off the gas, and I think that's something Danito is going to try and deal with. Now, I will say, I believe this was when you were on the other stream. Oh, no, you were on this stream. I was on the other stream when we had Apex playing. Every time Danito took a pause, they would win from then on. Like, it was actually absurd. We had to ask him in the interview about it because it genuinely seemed like every pause this man took end up winning Apex rounds. So I've probably jinxed the hell out of it, and they won't win a round from here onwards. But that's how much I believe in the Danito pause, is I'm willing to say and cast a curse the hell out of Apex to test whether or not his pauses are actually as good as they seem.
This goes here. Oh, this is a nice spot.
1 round in between them, and Apex are deciding what to buy. I saw a rifle on Kayak, but they're still juggling around that economy to make it make sense for the next round as well. Double digits. They've been so close to it, but not a single round on the defensive side so far. Struggles have been there, and Barca trying to buy their way to Mykonos. 1:30 on the clock. Flank around from Hype. It was a quick push from Barca, and the reward is there immediately.
Nasty stuff from Maniac. This guy, as said, he's been around a little while now in the Tier 2C. We saw him briefly playing when before it became the league format. And, well, he's always been impressive. He's going to get himself a 4K here. 9-9. Scoreline equalized. From a completely dominant scoreline of no hope, it seems like Apex have completely dissipated, and in their place has come up an incredibly strong-looking Barca squad. 6 rounds in a row. 18-12 for Maniac at this stage, and, well, this is where we're going to get the operator in for Apex. They 1 ultimate orb away from having every single of their special abilities online. If there was ever a time for them to win a round, this would be it.
Nowhere to run.
Indeed it would. Hunter's Fury. Oh, it's close, and it's got him. Hype is down and out of the round. Maniac pushed up and got the space again. The early fights, they go to Barca. The space is taken as a result. They've got Market At least they did. Kayak, yeah, forced back and reveal could be the death of him. And Yak is hot on his heels, running it down, and Malsey the one to fall as Kayak had already gone. A 5v1 of Vova on the other side of the map with it all to do and no hope. In fact, no idea to even go for it. He is saving that weapon. And from a 9-3 deficit, Barca, by the looks of things, have just claimed the lead.
Oh, I guess that Danito pause thing was straight baloney.
Hate to be the idiot that said that, am I right?
Yeah, what a fool. What an absolute moron. Because, yeah, it doesn't seem to have made... luckily, he's got another one, right? He's got one more. Might need to use it very soon because this streak of rounds, it doesn't seem to be going anywhere. With still some confusion in the air as to whether or not Apex are already qualified or if they need to win a map. I think in this break, I'm going to be diving deep into the rulebook because I think it's whether it's head-to-head map difference between the 3 tied teams or if it's overall, which I haven't checked. Well, Apex have tweeted that they are, so we'll see if they're wrong. Nonetheless, okay. Unfortunately, he's down someone in a spot where they should be able to bring him back. That one, not so much, though. Maniac going down is more of a problem. This guy has been fantastic. Well, without him to deal with Kayak, Kayak deals with everyone else.
There's a bit of a misread, though. Hype. The only one on the angle. Hat off the head at just the wrong moment, but he gets out of there. The cage up. They know exactly where Vorwin is. And now this second player very much spotted too. Hat off the head. Neural theft. It got them everything. Dealt with the danger. Kayak closes this one out for Apex. At long last, they found double digits, but it's not extending their lead. Instead, it's competing for it. They're now neck and neck.
Yeah, they found the combo breaker. It turned out it involved killing off the one and only Maniac. That definitely helped things out. To 10. Still a chance for Apex to get this over the line, but you have to wonder if that was truly the combo breaker or just a blip for the side of Barca. They're going back to this B site. It's had mass success for them, and again, there isn't really much to help out. They're all looking to try and come in from behind. The cavalry arriving as quickly as it left. The laser beam battle. Don't cross the streams. One of them already down, but the advantage still sat with Barca. Kayak looking to get back in as quickly as possible, but both players land their headshots. Barca take themselves the lead. And that puts them one step closer to taking that first map.
Well, they give Apex a round and immediately bite back. That's got to sting the pockets of the defensive side. You can see now, not a lot to work with in this. Pistols and a rifle. Barca may just have set themselves up for the best possible chance of closing this one out. And looking towards the A site. Already pings across the board. Maniac's got a quick one. He's 23 kills, matching that of Kayak. 5 players spotted. A huge knife early from soulcast. That information, though, hard to execute on with the weaponry they've got. They lose the opening. And Avova standing on the back of the site. You can see if he had a rifle, maybe, but Size even has the flank put in a box. This is tough for Apex.
Maybe one more.
One enemy remaining.
Nope, even that's not happening. And for Malsey, no point saving this Guardian. He will be able to buy back up in the next round with a rifle anyway, so if he can get a kill, steal a gun away, that might have a little bit of extra value, but no, it's not happening. 12-10. It was an absolutely dominant first half, a 9-3 scoreline. And now, well, just one round needed for Barca to take it over the line.
Nine-3 down, man. You know, you see what we were talking about with Barca and how they have had that potential. It's not like they've been boomed out of every match. There's been some closer games. There's been moments where we do view them as a competitor. And like I said, in previous years, that hasn't been the case. Like right now, it's looking, I mean, it's impossible for them not to be. Barca are the bottom team. They're probably going out either 1-3 or 0-4. And yet I reckon if you run this group back, there's a chance they get at least 2 wins on the board. Hell, this is looking like one, and it very much could have been a victory in their game up against CGN. Same thing against Desire. And with 13-10 on both maps that they lost against Go Next, less so, but they've definitely been a competitor. They can be proud of that, but this is an absolutely perplexing situation to find yourself in. 9-3 down, 12-10 up, and set to close it out. Ultimate's there for Apex. 2 rounds needed for an OT.
Gotta hope that those pauses come in. Second time's the charm. Soulcast already will kick things off with an opener. A bit of an overextension from Jesse, peeking through the smoke. Gonna make this crossfire tougher to hold, but already he's got well for Vorvan. He's taken 2 with him. He got a rough start to this game, but he'll be dealt with. However, Guardi's there on the trade. Keeps things even for now. Still has a pot flash. He's going to go facing it, but the shots aren't connecting. It's left on to Size, and he's going to be able to take things over the line. 13-10, an incredible comeback for Barca.
Oh, it absolutely is. This squad was looking down and out, but Apex, maybe they let their foot off the gas, but Barca certainly slammed it, pedal to the metal. An impressive result for this squad. We're going to toss this one to a break. And when we come back, plenty more Valorant action coming your way. I'm excited to see what Barca can do. A potential 2-0 to close out Apex's season.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa.
Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought
quick 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatched the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Welcome back, folks. We have had quite the exciting series so far. It looked like it was going to be another dominant scoreline, this time in favor of Apex. But Tom, we got a little bit of a different match than it seemed like it was going to be after the first half.
Muted. There you
Rookie
go.
mistake,
You can see me,
Tom.
but you can't hear me.
Rookie
But,
mistake.
It might not be the worst thing in the world. It might, maybe halfway through, the Apex players saw the tweet that their organization made, and they decided they could just take their foot off the gas a little bit. Maybe it's the more likely that Barca actually started playing incredibly well. Maniac just went ham. He won the battle of the Polish duelists. That's all I'm going to say, which I think for many has been incredibly difficult thus far with how Kayak has been performing. But it genuinely looked like a mass turnaround. Like him being the focal point of this team just seemed to rally everyone to step up to the plate, and I think they also started towards the end of the first half, to deal with Kayak a little bit more. Like, he was running riot. He aced the pistol round, for God's sake. But now we go into Abyss. And this is one where, again, it feels like more of a middle ground for either of these sides. Both of them lost to go next on this map. Barca lost in slightly less dominating fashion. So I guess that is something. They've got 3 rounds more, so maybe those 3 rounds are enough for them to believe that they'll be able to take this one. But it also could just be wanting to get a few more reps on the maps. As said, for them, we do know their future. They are already out of the tournament, unfortunately. So, yeah, might as well just go for a map that hasn't looked the best for Apex and see if they can take this one in the 2-0 fashion.
Well, they managed to do it on the first. It was a beautiful display from Barca. Now we move into Abyss, a battleground where Apex will look to bounce back and buy themselves a 3rd map. This series has already delivered 2 fairly one-sided halves, with Barca having the wind in their sails coming out of the previous. We've got our agent select on the board, and again, nothing too funky in terms of changes, but definitely different ideas in terms of how they approach the game.
Yeah, for sure. I do enjoy seeing the Yoru. I think it's very good for space taking. The double controller is a bit more intriguing, but I think one of them is used sort of a bit more proactively. The Paranoia, very good for sort of taking that space, especially on the attack to get in, and then helping with the post plants as well. It does mean at times it can be a little bit more difficult for them without having that second initiator. And you can also deny a lot of the util as you go to entry with the KO that Guardi is going to be playing. Nonetheless, an opportunity here for a 2-0 for the side of Barca. But of course, expectations are that Apex are going to want to try and fight this one back.
Well, I don't expect them to just give up on it, that's for sure. Time to get into things. Barca on the attack side and looking towards the B site. Now, we might not have that much of a scrap to take place, although that dash out of Maniac certainly seemed to challenge that idea, because Hype is solo on B. 4 players stacked on the A site for Apex. They're forced into a bit of a retake. Well, by the looks of things, Maniac is still getting aggressive alongside Jesse, and both of them fall.
Oh, it's looking like another impressive pistol round from Kayak. The flash even better. It's not quite the ace. Will it be 4? No, not quite. Avova's going to be there to, well, I'll say help him out, but steal the quad kill might be a better way to put it. Nonetheless, Apex forgetting what happened in the last map and off to another flyer here when it comes to their defensive side.
Yes, a nice start. They group up together, play the retake, and Kayak certainly leads the charge as they take ground back on the site. A big round from him, as we've seen in the previous opening pistol as well. And a 1-0 start with an outlaw, a couple rifles bought up. This is going to be a pretty healthy buy for the defensive side. They can afford to lose 1 player or so, but you don't want to see more than that hitting the ground. Barca, well, a lot of players on B. It looks like they're going to go for the same old strat, maybe a slower play from Vorwin. Oh no, just a recon mid and he'll come meet the quad.
I must wait a moment.
Hype will be the one under pressure, but he's already got some support, some ability to delay. And spam shots. Not quite being met. I will say this skin set in general makes every gun look a little bit weird. Like,
yes,
before a player shoots, I look at them and go, it almost looks like he's holding a Tommy gun. Like, it just doesn't fit the rest of the sort of general shape of the guns.
Yeah, it was the Marshall is the one that gets me. Every time I flick to it, I'm like, Bulldog? No, oh, it's a Marshall. It's a little bit perplexing. Chunky gun. A 2-0 for Apex. They found themselves a safe little start to this map. Here's Barca's buy round. Full rifles coming in. An Apex with a couple of weaknesses, having lost players. 2 are on pistols. Solid connection to start it off. Kayak getting aggressive is being spotted, so it won't be threading the needle.
Blinding.
Well, not the greatest start for the side of Barca. Already losing that first player. Although that doesn't seem to phase them at all. Vorven immediately finding a response. He was off to an incredibly slow start at the beginning of this series, but had a decent comeback in the second half. We're hoping for more of the same here. Of course, this is still a bonus round for the side of Apex, but with the way things kicked off, expectations might have changed a little. And the Astra in combination with a Cypher can definitely make things a little bit more awkward. And well, Maniac going alone has given Apex a 4v3.
30 seconds left.
Oh, soulcast cleaning up house. It's Size left on 1 health, and well, he won't be lasting too long. Dodging the first few bullets, recovering the spike, and that's about where it ends. 3-0 for Apex. They are starting this one out. The round they get the pick. There's a rotate back from Kayak and a return of the mid fight for Barca. They set that one up very well. 1-to-1 trades, a bit of mid control stolen out of the hands of Apex, and then Soulcast on backside A just closes it by himself.
Wow, this is going to send the economy of Barca into, well, very similar to what we saw in the last map, an early streak of rounds from Apex. But they were able to break, I believe, in round number 4 with the pistols. See if they can manage to do it again. Of course, Ultimate's still online, potential for information to be found. Reduce the risk of these sort of rounds where you can potentially try and overwhelm a player, especially with hype. He might be that guy. A lot of players coming in his directions, and he has been overwhelmed. Soulcast will be the next man on the chopping block, but he's done a little bit better at least. But it could have been more of the same. Eventually, there's a hero to support him, and they will clean up.
This is a bit more the Apex that, well, I'll say I thought we were going to see and that we did see for the first half of the previous map. You're going to have to keep the foot applied to that gas pedal the whole way through. Kayak heating up. He's had a couple of big rounds. He's 9-1 at the moment. And that's going to be a winning factor for you. The Barca side, well, no one quite close to 9 kills over on the Barca side, I'll say that. Kayak evidently feeling confident. He's on the rope, looking for the up top mid push, and he's made it quite a distance. Size looking both ways, cautious of a player close, but it's up top that you need to be cautious of when Kayak's around. He's putting Apex on top with a man advantage.
Once again, it seems like pressure on someone like Maniac. That's so many high impact rounds, but he's walking into that Apex crossfire. Somehow it seems like Apex have removed all of their demons from that previous map, from that crumble, and not the good kind. Now,
well, if you
oh, go on, come on.
Oh, I was gonna jump in with a. If you've noticed a shift in play from Apex, Barca seem to be just pumping brakes for the save. We can officially announce it, Tom. We've been given the clearance in the background. They've been running the numbers, and no matter what the result is from this point forward, and from a point a little bit ago, Apex have indeed qualified. They've locked in their spot. So from this point, it's all about pride for both squads. Even if they lose this series 2-0 because of the various head-to-head rules and whatnot, they will be still going straight through to playoffs. So for this squad, the pressure is very much off.
it's good to know.
Watching this spot.
Seems like we could have trusted the Apex tweet the entire time. Congratulations to the guys over at Apex for their calculations. You have been bang on. I would like to apologize for not trusting you guys. 5-0. Well, even though the pressure might be off, it seems like they're wanting to at least make this one a more competitive series. They are 5-0 up. Although that doesn't look like it's going to last long. The battle for A main has only resulted in their demise.
Now, a big A side take by Barca. Plant to come through, and a 5 versus 2. This should be Apex tasting defeat on Abyss for the first time. When a round swing towards Barca's size seems to confirm it. Lemaniac giving Soulcast an opportunity, but taking it away after. Okay, 5-1 we go. Barca have got the job done. Quite a few more rounds though if they're going to be taking this one 2-0.
Oh, 5-1. Kayak's operator might be the difference maker. He has been fantastic. Definitely slowed down a little bit in the last map, and I think when he does slow down, it's very noticeable for this Apex side. It's something that I think going into the playoff stage, they may have to be a little worried about. Because you look at some of the duelists they're going to be up against. Talk about the likes of Comeback, who we saw in the last series. I don't think the man knows how to slow down. I don't think that has been taught to him. He's only 17, got much to learn, but slowing down, I think, will be a little bit further down on the tier list of things he needs. These trades out early, but just look at the damage. Jesse might soon be blasting off again. And Size has done well. This is getting a little bit awkward, actually, with him retreating quite far, not far enough.
No, he didn't make it away, but I'll tell you who did was Jesse. Other side of the map now. 20 HP, but the plan secured. Needs to buy time. Look how far away Guardi is. Jesse, it's a tough fight, and he doesn't win it. Guardi's hurt. This means Malzy's going straight on the defuse, but Guardi wins the fight quick enough that he might be able to get there in time. Apply the pressure to Malzy. He's got to be quick. He's got to sprint it fully. In fact, it's the wall bangs, and Guardi's got the lineup. Barca take the round with the clutch at the last second. That defuse was almost in.
Down
My eyes are
Huge clutch victory. And again, showing that even in the last seconds, even in the dying embers of this Barca squad, they have still got life left in them. 5-2. Well, just like the last map, seeming like they were already going to get bullied out of the server, they managed to return. Looking like they're going to try and show that same resilience once again. The thing is, with the amount of rounds that were won in a row and how clean they were run as well, it's definitely put enough money in the back pocket of this Apex squad to keep them in a good spot for now.
Nice pick. Size is surrounded, but he knows it. Stuck in this battle with hype. Reveal is good. The swing is better. Size with another pick in middle. Barca seem to have this round on lockdown now. 5 versus 3. A big play needed. Malzy having to make up for the loss of Kayak. It's soulcast on the double, and they've closed in the distance. They start the defuse, but a Hunter's Fury interrupts. And it's all buying time for Says to make it up behind. Nice shot for his third. And now closing in the distance. He'll be here to deny this defuse, stepping to the other side of the wall and seeing soulcast is not on it. It was already locked in, but his fourth kill confirms it. A strong round from Size and a third for Barca as a result.
And it seems like they are starting to utilize that clutch power we know has been there the whole time. Another big round of an individual in Apex. Did you know that a lot of the time after Danito's
You know, I've heard that actually, Tom. Someone actually mentioned that to me another time.
Idiot. What a moron. Like, honestly, what an absolute loser. He's probably bald as well.
I mean, there's just no reason to talk about Ryan Central like that. I mean, it was nice of him to reach out with some info, but jeez, he's going in on him.
He was the man who taught me about size, if I'm honest.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Ulysses is actually the man who taught me about size.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he in Spain he showed me what size really was, and I mean, up until then I didn't know size. I you know, it was not something that crossed my mind, but yeah, and that's he actually did. He introduced me to size in Madrid. I think I said this to you the other day. Like, we were just stood outside. You remember the merch booth in Masters Madrid? We went up to check it out, and yeah, size came along. We had a little chat, and now here we are, sat casting him, already having defeated Apex on one map and looking to do it again. 5-3. Good position for Barca as they slowly claw back some rounds. Got to deal with Kayak on the operator in this one.
Oh, very low for Avova. Just 5 HP, but he's still alive and kicking. Even managing to escape. Unfortunately, Mosey doesn't have that same luxury, and they've done a lot of damage. 5 HP for Avova, 56 for Kayak. Post-plant guaranteed. No ultimates, well, other than the From the Shadows, and I'm not sure how Avova would use that in this sort of scenario. Instead, he's going to place his util, but he's lost his life for it. The trade's going thick and fast, but still in the favor of Barca, and although it's not the prettiest, Jesse will get the job done again. A streak of rounds from Apex. It's almost like they're in a role reversal to how they played the rest of the tournament. They were always going down early and making a comeback. Well, it seems like going up early didn't do well for them either.
One enemy remaining.
One round between them. An Apex on an eco. This is looking like they've equalized the scoreline, and from 5-0 down, that's not bad. They've been doing a damn good job. Players like Size really growing into this series, heating up as things go on. Apex spreading this one across the map, giving up mid control completely. And this space is sensed as being wide open by Barca. They're going to close distance, move towards these broken doors. And this A split now leaves a very isolated Kayak who gets nothing done. The site wide open. The paranoia not even needed. It was here just in front of Avova that it stopped. Apex are so far back that this plant is found for free.
Spike planted.
Oh, Avova's been spotted. And Hype has been found as well. These fights are looking easier and easier, and as these rounds go by, it seems the confidence is rising. Soulcast desperately trying to find any lease of life in this round, but it hasn't to be. From 5-0 up, the scoreline is leveled once again. And it seems like, yeah, a lot of it does almost seem to go with the way that Kayak is playing. Like, he started, was he 12-2? Don't get me wrong, it's not like he's been bad since, but the second he stopped just blitzing everyone, Apex look a lot more mortal.
Five in a row, straight streak. Oh my goodness. Apex not happy about that. They're fighting back in mid right away. No quarter given with soulcast. I mean, he came up the rope, one-tapped someone, and you knew he was on business from that moment forward. Jesse's all alone. 1v4. Ult, at least. But I don't think he's even going to bother trying to get the spike with it. Better to save for the next round. Not the credits, but the ultimate. They have plenty of credits to throw at this one. He'll still give it the good old country try. But look at the firing squad he's walking into. Vova and Malsey lined up and ready. The second he comes... Okay, no, they're not lined up and ready. In fact, they were split. That gave an opportunity for a 1v1 and another for Jesse, the operator, now coming in to save the day. It's Kayak landing that shot, but that got a little too close for comfort.
Last round before the switch.
Well, they've... And it feels similar again to the last map. They were, what, 10-2 up? It goes all the way back to 10-10. Or maybe it was 9, whatever.
9-3.
But they managed to sort of get to level, and then they immediately win the next round. It seems like the Apex way. Just we don't want to allow them to get into the lead, but we'll see if there's a response. All 5 ultimates available for Apex in this one, so you'd be surprised if they don't get it over the line. An immediate push, paranoia, Hunter's Fury, it's everything being thrown immediately at this Barca side, and well, that's the first 2. You'd have to feel like they should be able to close it out from here. While Size was hoping to try and make a play off the back of it, but not the case.
Spike obtained, but no free route. Even if Jesse goes for the ultimate. Maybe down left side lane, but, well, Jesse's not around anymore, so that's not an option. Guardi does a good job at finding his double, but just too much to ask for that big of a recovery. 7-5 at the halftime. Barca, well, considering they were 5-0 down, I'd say they did a pretty good job here.
Oh, either way, we'll be off to the break. We'll be back with half number 2.
Necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl. You're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my
Welcome back, folks. We left you at 7-5, and now it's time to see what Apex can do on their attack side. They've won the majority of pistols so far, but Barca have one hell of a fight in them. 1 map under their belt already as the Spanish side looks to make it 2, and it's the defensive abyss where they'll need to make that happen.
Yeah, the thing is, they've already proven that even when the side of the map maybe doesn't favor them in previous matchups, or if things didn't quite go their way, this Barca side has looked really resilient. I honestly expect that, especially teams who have just been eliminated, to come into a lot of these matches and maybe not have the same sort of desire to win. But it definitely doesn't feel like that for Barca. That trip to Mykonos may be the motivation, but I think more so just wanting to prove that even though they will be going out of this tournament, they have fought every single team tooth and nail. There hasn't been an easy victory when facing up against this Barca side. In fact, a few rounds either side, and well, they could be the ones fighting for the playoffs in this matchup. Of course, for anybody who wasn't here earlier, Apex have taken that spot based on head-to-head. They will be making an appearance, as many expected, but I think the manner in which they're doing it may not be that manner. A lot of teams far more dominant. Information there for Barca. Again, hype, always ready and waiting. Maniac taking a lot of damage early. This is not the sight you wanted to see if you're a Barca fan, although that, not too bad. I don't know how he gets out of this one alive, though.
Well, he doesn't, and nor does Guardi. Dropped by Kayak and left into a 4 versus 2 with Barca on the back foot. Kayak's still up top looking for a fight despite his low HP. And in fact, he's going to be wrapping all the way around, coming up through heaven, and they're ready for it. One more player thinned out. 2 versus 3 awaiting, but Jesse lost a lot of health in the process. He's down to 28. The defuse not going to be easy to stick as it's just stuck in this little laneway. The firing squad that can come through. The push up was nice by Size. A good try. But Apex were there waiting. And that is the round already tied up. Too many players to take down now. You would think, you would hope, and you can see it was.
The second pistol.
This is a nice one.
Under their belt. Kayak again. 20 and 7 right now. Definitely having the impact this team brought him in for, but this round more so just came to those openers on the post plant. That's what we talk about a lot when it comes to this map. Even having the backup of Avova at the end. But Barca, finding anything here would be nice. So just doing a little bit of extra damage, reducing what will come into the next round. Of course, a fairly safe purchase for the side of Apex, going for a couple of pistols, a few rifles here and there. But ultimately, having the chance to lose a player or two. Now, Hype a lot of the time is left lurking. A wider angle, but that was actually a collat shot. He killed Maniac through Size, I believe. That's what it looked like.
And a trade-off for that early fight as well. A lost A site for Barca. They stack up B, and the hit comes in on the other side. A story we've seen many times before. Should be 9. A late lurk by Hype. He just has a pistol, so he's taking a few more risks in this round. I mean, the question is for them at the moment, a couple of ults coming close for Apex. Is it a jump off the map? Is it a die to the spike?
One suppressed.
Guess it's just a wait and see if they push you. Well, it was. And they got a little eager. 9-5 expected scoreline. Apex, well, they've got the lead, but 4 rounds in it from what I just saw in the previous half and the previous map. That means nothing.
Yeah, 4 rounds is, it's not a lot really. 4 rounds is nothing. Let's just wait until it's up to like 6-7 rounds, then we can start talking about the victory. We'll see how many kills that Kayak. If Kayak has 30 kills, they'll probably win. Anything less, and it's definitely still up in the air.
Try not to die.
Although I will admit, soulcast is having his moments throughout this series. I think that's a good sign, because we have to take this series obviously with a pinch of salt. One team is out, one team is qualified. Similarly with the last match. Playing for pride, maybe playing for practice, if anything, on the Apex side. Have to get ready for the next matchup, but also don't want to show too much of their set plans. But now, though, well, the Soulcast show is in town. 2 kills as the aggressive push of Barca fails miserably. Maniac and Size trying to turn the tide, but Dom is ready. And Hype is there on the other side. A clean victory and a bonus round for the side of Apex. They are in a fantastic spot now. The finances of Barca in the bin. And I believe that is that both halves they've had at minimum a 3-0 start now. Obviously it was 5-0 in the last. Again, it seems like they've completely flipped the script on basically what they were doing the other days.
Yeah, it is a different look. That's for sure. I was taking a look there at the other series going on, Mouse versus Job Life. And it's all the way to map 2 right now, just entering halftime at neck and neck. We're in the back of the B site for an easy kill from Kayak. Lots of weak weapons, and you can see it in how those duels go down. Barely any damage done to the side of Apex. Barca, well, they've not got much left to fight with, but they have seen Kayak just go walking through, offering a free upgrade and a chance for the squad, as slim as it may be, to make a 2 versus 4 happen. One player spotted, the other expected, and Avova on the walkthrough will find one. He's got backup too, so a firing squad waiting for Guardi, and he walks straight into it. 11-5 now for Apex.
Yeah, as you know, Mitch, you might look at that and go, oh, Kayak is a little bit over aggressive, but as you play in our ranked games, you can't pad your stats by being passive. You've got to be over aggressive, ridiculous. You got spray walls with the Odin, you know, the Mitchman special. And in this round, it was over aggression from Kayak, a risk taken, a silly play, but just to try and pad those stats a little bit more.
Oh, early aggression from Barca. Take a look at Maniac, straight down mid, looking for the fight. Rotations to the A site where the steps were heard as well. Already got Jesse there. The backup of Guardi, knife hits just in time, and Kayak is down, unable to do a thing about it. And Apex with a disadvantage. The spike has stalled, and it seems like they'll look for space elsewhere on the map.
Cover going out.
Oh, Shock Dart going on a little adventure. So is Avova. He's been spotted. The trips are going to be broken. And so is he. As Vorven just around the corner. Now, there's been a lot of pressure going up mid, but it is being watched somewhat by Jesse. He's in the right place. Is he going to be expected? He is. Hype's done well. We'll reveal where the remainder are. Is it in time? Yes, it is. He's going to catch out Guardi. Try and deny the players rotating through the spawn. He knows where they are. They have no idea if he's still lurking around this cage. Instead, he's actually fallen back to join up with his teammates. A Cosmic Divide, a Hunter's Fury. They have the right for the post plant, and he has got so much information. Just playing with his opponents, using his util to his advantage. Soulcast on the edge has not been seen, and Size goes alone. The other two players looking to move as a unit, but Size tried to take back ground solo. He's ended up gifting it further for more post plants to be had. The 3v5 looks all but complete unless one man can stand in their way. And he won't. Not even come close. Apex make that one look easy. 12-5. 7 rounds the difference.
Match point.
This would have to be a bigger choke than the last map.
Yeah, this would be impressive. I mean, it is just a... As one of the teams in Group A would say, go next. I think it is the right call. Map 3 should be an exciting one, but this one here, look, if Barca make the comeback happen, don't even do the OT, just give it to them. Like, the last map was mind-blowing. I don't think I can handle seeing that again. Also, just taking a look at what's in it for this round. Hunter's Fury from Malsey. Been having a tougher game. Cosmic Divide for Soulcast, getting them onto a site. But Barca not far away from a couple of ultimates as well, and they've called a timeout. You know, they're going to probably come out with something funky. Big mid push from Maniac last round, and he didn't find his results. That's one thing we haven't touched on, Tom. You know, Kayak 23-10, dominating. He was good last map. He's great this map. Maniac, he was good last map.
He's he's warming up, you know. He's just like, he's conserving his energy for map number 3.
Yeah.
He wants to play more games in Ascension, you know.
I see. Screw the stats, just more maps.
Yeah, of course. Well, technically, he'd have more kills, just not more kills per round.
Or kills per death.
Yeah, who cares about those? It's just about raw numbers. Well, almost 5 HP the difference. Oh, you're going to find out where they are, my friend. Very quickly indeed. I guess his team will get the reveal, an immediate teleport that hasn't been denied. Nice work from Jesse. Quick reactions to keep the hold, and they are tunnel visioned in, trying to clear out that Omen. But they've been met by another. Soulcast still thriving. He has had an unbelievable map. Truly one for the books with how he's been performing here on Abyss, and the post plant will set him up nicely. Avova can reposition anywhere with his ultimate in hand. The only problem will be if Guardi catches Soulcast. They You're going to expect someone to be lurking around this angle. Timing here is absolutely everything, and it's free for soulcast. Leaving it all onto Vorben, and he stands no chance. 13-5. This very easily could have been the 2-0 with the start that Apex had on map 1, but they'll at least level things up and take us to a third.
Well, we're going the distance in this series all the way to map 3 of Haven, and it's Apex that bring us there. Considering how we started things out, I wasn't so certain that Apex would be able to bounce back to map 3. Barca, what an impressive comeback map 1 represented, but Kayak reaching new heights here in this map certainly contributed to them being able to take a dominant enough scoreline. Now we go to Haven, the third map in the series, to decide who's taking it. We'll see after the break.
Way up, I land on the moon.
Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa.
Hello and welcome back. Map number 3. That's where we've ended up in this series, Tom. It has been a roller coaster of emotions. Barca starting it out terribly, going 9-3 down, but then winning in a reverse sweep on map number 1. But on map 2, Tom, we hoped we might have been seeing some of the same, but they fell a bit flat here.
Yeah, I think the disappearance of Maniac was definitely a hindrance for them. Unfortunately, didn't quite have the performance they would have been hoping for. And as said, like we hadn't seen the best of soulcast throughout this tournament so far, but I believe we got close to it here. A fantastic individual display from him alongside Kayak, and well, both of them being up the top of the board is a great sign for them moving forward into this third map. And that of course will be Haven, which again I think it's a map that they're favored on, but that seemed to be the case in the first map as well. And the fact that Barca are more than happy to go here, it might be a good sign for them going into map number 3.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think the reality is we've seen so many games where teams get dominated 13-5 or even greater, and they bounce right back coming into the next map. Things just weren't connecting for them on that previous one. It is what it is. Sometimes those are the easiest ones to just shake off and move into the next. And I think players like Size still putting up that decent performance like we sort of expect out of a guy like him defensively as well. He didn't really have that many opportunities. That's usually the half that he shines on the most, but they were playing a lot of that attack, and well, they didn't get much of a runway built in that first half. Moving into this next one though, I think my eye is quite clearly set and fixated on Kayak. Good first map, phenomenal second map, and now coming into the third, if he's able to deliver and continue to keep Maniac in his place, someone that he ended bottom of the server in that one, a big fall off from his previous, that's going to be a massive factor in shutting them down coming into Haven if Apex want to take it.
Yeah, and I think for Kayak, his Haven has been incredibly good. Like, this is where he seems to have enjoyed himself in I think it was the closest series he played versus CGN. He had something like 33 kills, so definitely not something to shake a stick at. I will say though, we've got Maniac going back to the Neon, which is where I think he truly thrived in map number 1. So I think the compositionally, oh, never mind, he's decided to mirror match. I'm less of a fan of that because I think his Neon was cracked. Even though the last couple of times they haven't had the success that they wanted, so maybe that's why they're going back to the Jet. I still think that it worked really well on map number 1, so I would have quite liked to see him stick to it. They've also got rid of the Cypher, but the goal here seems to be to beat Apex with their own comp. Like, they've literally just changed the only bits that differed, they've changed to match.
Yeah, and to be honest, Tom, I feel like thinking back, I can't recall any examples throughout EMEA, but I'm pretty sure in the last year, we've seen a number, like you and I on a game we were working, we saw teams do this, and I don't recall it ever working. All I remember about it, trying to beat someone at their composition, trying to go somewhere that they know what you're doing. They know the tools you're bringing into battle, and they're very familiar with them. It tends to give the other team the advantage. Now, who knows if that's going to be the case here today? That's up to Barca. That's up to Apex. But the key thing for me, Maniac's trying to match Kayak on his jet game, which is pretty good here on Haven. And last map, Maniac was not landing it on jet. So we need to see a turnaround from him.
I think as well, the one that springs to mind was back at Champs, Crew trying to play against Heretics Bind they'd never played the comp before, and they tried to basically utilize their own comp against them, and they got blasted. Now, I will say it's a different case when you're coming into a map that you're competent on, and the things you're changing are a Killjoy in for a Cypher and a Jet in for a Neon. I don't think they're like mind-blowing changes, but I do think it's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough without size as well. I didn't finish the kill off, but Kayak did. Malzi and Avova also into the action, leaving Jesse on 9 HP. The spams have been deadly. And now the round, well, it's far from dangerous. It's pretty much over. Barca have one player, 9 health, no spike. And it seems like he's going to go around the world. Never mind. Maybe thinking better of it.
Shadows traveling.
I mean, to be honest, Tom, if I was to assess what he just did, it's fake steps towards A, but he doesn't have the spikes, so that doesn't really make sense.
I guess he was maybe hoping to catch someone if they were around mid, like see if they'd go for a peek. He's got to be careful he doesn't just die to the turret. At this stage, it really does feel like he's maybe just fishing for an orb or two. I hope that he can bait someone into a fight, but he's dead.
No.
The second the dart went through, there was never going to be any hope. 1-0, Apex off the mark. Again, we have seen them, what, 5-0? Is it 5-0 each half? Like, they have been insane in the early half. Okay, it was 3-0 in the first one. Then they lost the second half dominantly. Then they 5-0 to the first half of Abyss. And then 6-0, well, the rest of the rounds on Abyss second half. So their starts in the halves, they've at least managed 3 in every single half except the second half of Sunset. That's a big crosshair.
I like it.
That's a
Sometimes
chunky boy.
It's kind of thin. It's just long. I mean, it's workable. My goodness. Domination from Kayak. 3 kills, 2 from soulcast. And look, it is an eco round, but they cleaned that one up in the blink of an eye.
Wonder what, like, number one, what sort of res he plays.
And he changed it between maps.
I don't remember it being that big before.
No, we would have noticed. I would have noticed
maybe
that.
Maybe he has, like, breach-specific lineups that revolve around the chunky boy crosshair.
Has Zilv specifically just not shown him this whole series? No, there's no way. He must have been using a normal crosshair.
What, 5 kills in the last map?
Last map, yeah, he was a little shaky. So he's gone, hey, listen, I've got a new crosshair. I'm ready to go.
Uh-oh.
That's a free kill. Yeah, caught with the utility out. They thought the turret was covering it, but Kayak's already ahead of it. Beautiful push early on. And then this is the kind of round where you want to throw out a little haymaker like that. You've got the disadvantage in weaponry. Your opponent is going to come in for a slow play. Nice disruption and even more done. Okay, Hype goes down through the wall, but he's managed to strip a lot of shields off players, do damage. Kayak is low as well, but has an op to work with. It's not a bad early round, but some players like soulcast are going to have a lot of map to cover by themselves.
Yeah, he's using the Bulldog skin, which looks more like a shotgun and an SMG and a pistol all at once, but it is a Bulldog. It's so chunky.
Take flight.
Oh, he's definitely, or he should be getting the information. Never mind, just gonna opt to retreat. I think already hearing everything he needed to know, deciding to fall off. The thing is, so the initial aggression had Molzy supporting with an operator. Now that operator is into the hands of Kayak, but in a retake when he's low HP, you almost have to hope that somebody on the other side gives him a fight, or the space can be taken by others.
Smoke down on short. I think it's a one-way swing in ahead. Barca getting proactive with those fights, confident with the weapons they've got. The timing too, the space taken by Vorwin retrieves all the control down below. They're just staring at that window. He jumps out. You're right. He is dead to rights, and Soulcast knows it. But wants to get close to that operator. He's found it, and he's out for free. Okay, well, that's a worthwhile save for Apex and decent damage for round 3.
Yeah, they tried to use the operator to sort of pad the gap slightly, but I think that was always the goal. If the round doesn't go well, you just save that into the next round, and then you haven't really lost too much. Like, you should be able to still come in with a purchase here. Although maybe there will be a piece or two missing, actually. The thing is, yeah, I was about to say, Kayak can drop. In theory, Soulcast could just go back in. Yeah, I was looking at the pistols, and I was like, the math ain't mathing. You guys should just be able to buy, but I guess somebody in there was just overthinking it initially, and then has gone, actually, if we just sell the rest of the stuff we bought, we can just buy normally.
Well, that op hasn't gotten any opportunities in the early round here. Kayak's posted up on A long, but a lot of mid control, as we can see. Barca certainly posturing towards doors, but I think a lot of that is just waiting, hoping that someone from Apex steps out on mid, goes for that little bit of control like we saw at a Kayak a few rounds ago.
Right there.
The smoke down sends him back, so the op still an unknown for the side of Barca to try to figure out. Maniac shift walking down short. He might be about to find out the hard way just where this op is positioned. If he goes for a peek on this doorway, that could be him. Never mind. Straight to the head of Kayak. A beautiful connection, and he's sticking around for more. He's even dragged the rotations. Look, he goes down, but the seaside should be theirs.
Oh, paranoia. It's only landed onto one. It's delayed at least a little bit of over. Still trying to hide around the edge. The spam could do the work. 14 seconds. They go running through. But again, it's only one kill. The flank now coming in. A reposition, which could be their undoing. Watching from Soulcast. He can't quite find the angle, but he's waiting for the cross to come in. And now it leaves it all onto Jesse. Trying to fight this back. It's not pretty, but he's got the job done. Turning into a 1 versus 1 scenario. TP up above, and it's predicted by Soulcast. There ain't nobody putting up a smoke there for any other reason. And while Jesse tried to make the play of the game, and has ended up looking a little foolish.
Just sublime decision making by Soulcast. That was absolutely nuts. The fact that he just swings in, crouches, and rips his head off. What you like to see. To start it off like that and end it like this, it's a little bit heartbreaking for Barca. Again, and we know now for both teams, this series is just down to pride. For Apex, it won't affect them. For Barca, it won't affect them. The results are in. But on Barca's side, they can still be relatively happy. There's a little pinch play going on in mid. 3 players stacked up defensive side, and I was waiting for the flash for the stun, but it was just dry swings. It's all just dry swings, Tom, but they're killing everyone. You know, Barca just out here looking to get a win on the board, looking to go home and say, hey, at least we did some damage, guys. We took someone down. But instead, Apex, they are just disrespecting those dreams, not allowing them to become a reality in the slightest. 4-1 now.
That was a very, very fast round. Those ones have always got to hurt, because it's whatever game plan you came up with, whatever idea you had to try and dismantle them. It's almost like, you remember the thing of Scream versus Turkish teams, where it'd just be like, you'd come in every time and he would just run down mid. You remember the mid ace he got on this map? He just ran down mid, and the last kill was him wall banging a guy on C long. That's what that felt like. And Soulcast has got a kill within 4 seconds. What? He just pre-fire spam.
I guess.
Oh dear. Well, good luck, Jesse. Okay. That is one way to do it. And actually, he's feeling it. He's going to try and pick off Avova, but Avova has managed to elude the entirety of the team. And again, this flank is coming. This is the second time the soulcast has done this. They didn't catch him last time. They're not going to catch him this time either. They need to clear him out, and they're just not going to. Instead, in the last map, he's been having a game, and now he's looking to try and clear them out of the back corner. It's not quite landed, but he's caused disruption for Avova. The man who eluded them at the beginning of the round comes back to bite them. But that's something that was somewhat of a serious oversight right now for the side of Barca. That was literally Apex taking a fight at the beginning of the round and just not stopping all the way through.
Yeah, man. I mean, Barca have to be upset with themselves after this, but at the end of the day, it is just that gap exploited before the player walking up behind. soulcast not only hasn't been punished for that flank, for that walk up 2 rounds in a row, but we can add to that he hasn't been punished at all. The guy is 9-0, 0 deaths so far, no issues, no hassle. It's been a clean and easy game. And Barca, well, 4 ultimates coming into this round. They've called a timeout, and by the looks of things, with the Blade Storm on Maniac, they're going to invest everything into this one, with 1 away, by the way, from Rolling Thunder. So effective 5 ults for this round, most likely. If they don't win this one, I think they're going to be a little upset. I don't think people are going to be feeling great on that squad.
Yeah, I could see that.
That's my theory.
I would say as well, if soulcast continues to not die any longer, I think that will be something that infuriates them a little bit. Because again, like normally if a player is sort of sitting passive and like just almost like saving a lot, then maybe it'd be a little bit less frustrating. But last round he got an opening kill, I genuinely think it was within 3 seconds, and then pushed behind them and killed half the team. And that's happened twice. So if that guy is 9-0, I think you're a little bit more annoyed about it.
Well, looking to take him down for the first time. He's still going strong, and he has stood against the onslaught of Barca on A long. Nothing gets through that. I mean,
how many ults
that was... Oh, that was not nice. That was not pretty to look at. Well, of course, yeah, Blade Storm to bridge the buy gap in the previous, but
that must be one of the quickest times someone has used and lost a Blade Storm.
I think he might have landed a knife on soulcast even, or on someone, it seemed to me. Look, here we go. Well, they went by him. I don't know if they hit him. Didn't catch his HP in the end, but either way, shock dart to start, and he's got one with it. He's got another kill. What?
11-0.
They need to stop this guy. Someone just needs to kill him. They kill him once, and they're back on the scoreboard. I believe it.
Oh dear. This has
Protect the president.
This is like you know, like
he's still going.
Yep, yeah, no, this is just disgusting. They've awakened the beast. It took it a little bit of time for soulcast to get to his true power level, and for some reason he decided once they're already qualified to just blast a hole through Barca. Oh my god.
What's going on?
Was that 15-0? I think 14-0. Sorry, I overhyped him. I've overdone it.
7 assists as well. Ban him. Ban him. Ban him. What's he done between the maps? Oh my god, soulcast. Chill out, man. Honestly, like you just all right, we get
it. Perfect cut. Perfect cut. I guess what he's going to be doing this round, I think he's going to... They've left. I don't blame them. Like 3 rounds in a row, they're like, right, let's kill him. Let's get him. Let's kill him. and now they're like, mate, you know, let's let him have it. You know, you could have A-Long. We didn't even want it anyway. Like, A-Long's not even cool. Like, only people who aren't cool play, like, A-Long. So we're gonna go C. And, still get destroyed.
15-0. This is stop being a game of Apex versus Barca. This is stop being a game of Ascension. This is a game of how many kills can soulcast get before he dies. He has 15 kills and 0 deaths. They didn't even go to his site last round. He's still picking them off. And Barca, oh, hold on now. Barca have called a timeout.
Barca have 14 kills.
Oh, yes, that's true. That is accurate mathematics.
He has got more kills
display
without dying in 9 rounds than they've got kills total.
9 rounds. When they went to his site multiple times as 5, they literally said, let's go kill that guy. And he's 15-0. He's Valorant Jesus. I don't get it. I don't get it.
But that's the thing, though.
Walking
even he
amongst
died
us
once.
Oh, soulcast, honestly, at this point, man, this is like revenge for First Strike all those years ago. He's just coming back to haunt me. There's a reason he's the longest lasting member of Team Liquid. What, 2 years? He was on that roster, a little bit over that, and that includes players like Scream. You know, who's that guy? Like some of the best players. He was there a while. But soulcast outlasted everyone. Outlasted them all.
I am surprised he outlasted Echoes, though. He is the true Valorant Jesus.
Right.
I'm just going to leave it there.
Oh, Barca are on their way to the B site. Oh, soulcast is 27 HP. This may be the lowest we've seen him, and he strikes back with an ultimate. He's trying to hunt them down. He's not found any of his shots. The pressure's on the rest of the squad. Maniac. Oh, he's caught in the way. Malsey with a nice shot. The chance here, though, for Barca is still grouped up.
This is the round. This is the round. This is where he dies. I believe. Barca will take him down. Quick, sub on Lionel Messi. He doesn't even play for them anymore. Oh, okay. Keep it going. Keep it going. That was filth. One man retake. Well, I say retake. They didn't get the plant down yet. Our producer is Spanish, and I have to say he's absolutely loving this right now. Really enjoying watching the Spanish team. Soulcast now on an operator. He's trying to get a kill with every single weapon. Can Size win the round, or more importantly, kill Soulcast for the first time? He's got to deal with Malsey first. I think he's dead. That's unfortunate. And Soulcast somehow, he gets dinked at the beginning of the round, and he lives to fight another day.
Of course he does. He's plugged into the mainframe at this point. He's completed Ready Player One, and he's controlling the bullets. That's my best. That was insane. Little flick from Kayak. The reaction. 3 bullets towards one. An instant dash out as well. And this, I mean, you got to feel for Says. He made such a nice play. But he takes his knife out at the wrong moment. Another shock dart fired early. They dodge it this time. Don't be falling for that trick.
Oh. That's another start for Kayak. Soulcast has been caught by the Rolling Thunder, but so has the other team. Kayak still standing. He's dead. Flash through. Malsey with the trade. Soulcast looking for another fight. It makes me nervous every time. I want him to at least make it to the end of the half. And because I want that to happen, it almost certainly won't. A chance. Oh, he's taking a lot of damage, but he's still standing. And it's another round. One more round for a 0-death half for Soulcast. For anybody wondering why this is the way we're casting this game, firstly, do what I want. Secondly, one team is out, the other is already qualified. This game is for a bit of fun.
And hey, listen, it is a bit of fun so far. I'll tell you that. 15-6, Kayak. Get out of here with those numbers.
I will
Rookie
say,
numbers.
I don't know, how is Kayak top of the board? He's got more deaths and less assists.
Valorant corrupt. Corrupt
It is.
system.
It's rigged. It is rigged.
Just wants duelists, man. Oh, it's an opening for Malsey at least. Here they go. Out the server with you. Second up on Kayak.
Hide, soulcast.
And that's
Hide.
guaranteed to ruin your day.
Hide. Play retake. You don't need this.
Here they
you
come.
don't need this.
Oh.
Last player standing.
Yes.
Spike down A.
Oh, I thought that was him dying for a second, but it wasn't. It is a flawless half for Soulcast. An 11-1 half for the side of Apex. Can Barcelona turn it around in the second half? You have to wait. We've got a break.
Straight to the top like a new fade. Come for your neck like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes. But I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date. And I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top.
Welcome back, folks. 11 rounds for Apex, but most importantly, 15 kills and no deaths for Soulcast.
2 more rounds.
They're almost there.
2 more rounds.
But Tom, it's the pistol. Listen, if you're talking about surviving in the ring, this is the Royal Rumble.
I'm telling you, they'll win this round. He'll survive. He'll die next round, and they'll win. And now
in like a 5v1, he'll hunt.
I'll cry. I'll actually cry.
Man,
I hope
Soulcast,
he's taking this as seriously as us.
Keep them cornered.
That's all I'm gonna say.
I hope he's taking it more seriously than us.
Revealing area.
We're certainly a little bit passive, and we know what we want to see here. This is the Soulcast camp. This is the Soulcast game. Who's that guy? Get him off my screen. This is the Soulcast game right here. 11-1. I don't know how to explain this series. This is honestly
if he
where
gets knifed. If his first death is a knife, I'm not kidding. I'm leaving.
Yeah, no, I think honestly that's fair. Through the smoke,
We just
don't
shut
do
the
it.
stream off.
This can't be the way. Because this is the thing. We have to watch Soulcast, because if he dies, I need to know how he died. I need to know it. And already. Oh, no. They're all falling.
Down C.
Run,
He has the spike.
Soulcast. Save.
Last player standing.
Save the ghost.
He's the last
Save
man alive.
You need to save. You need to hold on.
No, they're all coming.
No, don't do it. Oh, no. It's over. It was a nice try. It was a nice try. Right now, Apex need to forfeit the game.
Stop the count. Stop the count. 18-0. I'm not looking. I've closed my eyes. I don't see it. I just know it's 18-0. Well, he certainly had a good try of that.
How sweet the sound.
He shot him in the shoulder as well. That was, if he hit that, I'm not joking. I would have gotten his. I have his account.
We just got to a break.
Yeah, that was exactly what we were gonna do if he hit it. We were gonna cut to a break. I already had it scheduled, and we were gonna report him all together. Twitch chat, everyone, we're all gonna report him.
Oh, that was an unintentional fat finger. That's so funny.
It was.
Did
it
you
was
see
beautiful.
the break screen come up?
Yes. It was comedic timing. It was actually beautiful. I know, artistic timing, to be fair.
That was so good.
Well, 11-2. Barca. They've got around, Tom. They could be on the up and up. You never know. To be fair, they made the comeback happen on the first map. I don't believe But to be honest, these last few games, especially this one, has made me rethink everything I know about Valorant.
Oh dear. Somehow this is starting to look a little bit scary. Guadi fighting back soulcast. Death number 2 incoming. Maybe. Especially now he's all alone. 1 versus 3. He's hit a lot of headies, but this would have to be the best of them. Paranoia are going to be thrown in just to keep him in the dark a little longer. And what now? That's the thing. Now he's going to go on an 18 death streak.
That's the shame, right? What could have been, man? From infinity to 9, that KD has fallen, and it's sad to see. Take your hat off to it. Yeah, you know, he was capable of so much more, but some people don't reach their potential.
Well, 11-3. If Barca bring this one back,
Standing ahead.
I think we give him the spot. Now, we're not allowed to do that. It won't happen, but
I reckon we do.
yeah, screw it. We definitely make the rules.
Right there.
Let's start a petition. There is a little Vorwin stuck up close. They should probably be careful of. His power level's quite high, but he's only able for the 1 trade out from afar, though. Soulcast, regret to inform you, is down.
Yeah, Sid, he's washed.
He's gonna see this, Tom. You're gonna have to deal with
Probably. Like, the thing is, I've noticed that the Apex social media team are very much on top of things.
Oh.
And I'm almost certain they're gonna probably tweet this out, but hey, it's fine. Nice round from Barca. They managed to win their bonus. The comeback begins.
It does indeed. The chances for Barca increasing minute by minute. Vorwin did a great job opening that one up. This little crossfire, little spring to action. That's what got it across the line. Maniac and Guardi picking up a couple of kills. Ultimate's halfway there for most of the squad. Not going to be a factor in this one, but I look at Barca, A site. 2 players ready to get into the action, to get their teeth into things. Maniac going for a push perhaps early on A long, and that appears to be the play. We've already seen Avova commit to the short play. He's now stuck in the middle of this battle that he's not even aware is going on. He's being pincered. Well, hold on. Someone's got his knife out. Why has he got his knife out, Tom?
I think because of Maniac's position, they believe that it's clear.
Yeah.
Well, there's no way that Maniac doesn't know. Right? Right?
Oh, yeah, he knows.
He's still holding an angle that makes me a little bit uncomfortable. I'm not sure who comes out of this on top, because in theory, Avova checking this corner. Oh, he might. No, they're both gonna die.
Spike down A.
Maniac's off angle enough, and now, well, those pistols are left with very little. Soulcast, as said, he's had an 18-0. He's now 18-3. So, wow. In this half, disappointing. We'll see. Can he get anything more from this situation? His dart is not going to reveal his opponent. That's another death on the tally. And Size continues to be a big part of this comeback. 6 rounds now, the difference. 4 in a row. Maybe Haven's just very defensive-sided.
One enemy remaining.
Well, I don't think we'll see Vorwin with his knife out all too many times. From this point forward, that is a jump scare and a half for him, I think. Walking down short and just catching a bullet to the head. Of course, yeah, you're dead right. It was Avova using his shrouded step to get across to short. He nestles himself in that position, and they just don't think anyone could have crossed, because barring him, you would have seen them, right? And obviously, he was just out of range to be heard because they're pushing down A long, not A short. So, an unfortunate circumstance for Vorwin. Apex looking towards the B site quite quickly. Kayaks up top, dodge the reveal, now looking for the shots, can't find it. Size dropping him, but the plan is still secured.
They're going to fall back into the post plant. Lockdown will force players out completely. Vorven with the operator. Gonna try and catch them on the flank. Post-plant lineups. These have been in play even since Buzz was playing Killjoy. That's already going to be hype eliminated. This now becomes more and more of a problem. Smoke's used. A decent cleanup, but the trade's coming in thick and fast. And Size again. This comeback is really starting to get some legs to it. Apex once more having a phenomenal first half and then starting to let things slip.
I feel like I don't know. I think I've seen this one before. I didn't mind the ending though.
But
not quite the same, no.
Yeah.
Not part for part, but 11-6, 5 rounds in a row. Feasible, possible. Is it Apex letting their foot off the gas again? No. This is Barca coming up big with some rounds, and it's Size being able to find these late plays around bottom mid. I mean, it's not the second round in a row, it's 2 out of 3, but either way, Size is just consistently finding big numbers around there, and I think Apex, we might see them either just avoid these B plants altogether, move towards the extremities. They've had a little bit more success in post, at least in avoiding the main guy who's popping off right now. I think we'll see a much more direct approach coming into this round. They have a Hunter's Fury. They have a Rolling Thunder. It's 11-6. They're not looking to break Barca in terms of economy. That won't be happening for quite a while. And by that point, the game is no longer afoot. Yeah. I think that from Barca's perspective, that push is risky. Size immediately cancels it. I think that's a good call, and especially with Maniac posted.
Is the Hunter's Fury going to get anything? No. Ultimate utilized. Space taken, but the timing couldn't be worse. It's starting to really slip away. I think Apex trying to force the issue a little bit too much in these rounds. Trying to catch a timing, and it just isn't working out for them. That's another 2 opening picks found within the first 30-odd seconds of the round. It looking like a third. Yeah, Jesse waiting patiently. Another looking like it will come up for Vorven. Maybe even a flawless round. They know exactly where Molesy currently sits with a round that had pretty much everything they could have needed. It will be the round eventually going the way. In fact, it is flawless.
Now this gap is starting to get more and more concerning for the side of Apex. They are leaving the door open for Barca to walk back into this, but it is also a couple of well-placed pieces of aggression. Maybe that flash at the end a little overzealous. But you can see at the start of the round, Barca wanting to fight down C long. They get pushed back by the drone. Immediate response as well. Like, that was important. Their size goes down right off rip, and they probably just up pace into the C site, walk in, take it. But you can see that moving into late mid, late A, they want to get aggressive. They're not letting go of that, still feeling confident, and the streak of rounds no doubt helps. This one a little bit risky now with Vorwin down, Bladestorm up close. Maniac wants to try to recover on this, and that's a free kill. Surely they haven't even realized they've just brushed shoulders with him. It's a free double for Maniac, and only Soulcast left, pistol in hand and invulnerability gone. He's been suffering death after death.
This would genuinely be one of the craziest defeats I think Apex had ever had. 11-1 in the lead, 7 rounds in a row for Barca. I can't believe we're... Well, I can't believe we're not done with the series, genuinely. It was looking like a speed run. The first half,
didn't die.
Yeah, literally joking about the fact that soulcast hadn't died in the entirety of the half. Well, it's been 7 since then. Not that that's a lot, but it's been a big change. Rifles back on the board. Hype's taken a bit of early damage. Operator still in the hands of Maniac. This is twice now where Apex have been in a mass lead, and I don't know if they got ahead of themselves. I don't know if they'll feel that their opponents just turned it on halfway through, but that's definitely how it's feeling. Another opening pick of over gone. Space being taken towards the A site. In fact, space being taken everywhere. It's a very split attack right now. It's going to have to be a lot of individual fights, and there's more than one player here. Kayak's done well for the first, just trying to keep himself hidden, but his teammate can't do the same. Molesey's gone. Kayak's going to have almost everything to do. Smoked off. Doesn't even know where his opponent currently sits. Jesse goes up top. And now for the remaining two, kind of left in no man's land.
30 seconds left.
Could serve as an advantage, though.
Watching this.
Hype has the timing. Creeping up behind. I like that soulcast, making a little bit of noise, making sure eyes are still set on him. He's going to creep up as close as he can, try to strike another on site. 12 seconds. They've got to up the pace, and that crossfire's got him. Jesse picking off soulcast. It forced Hype's hand, and he couldn't go diving out of that window before picking a kill. It's 11-9 Barca. I am blown away yet again. What did I say earlier, though, Tom? This game, not even the games in Ascension, this game has just broken everything I know about Valorant. I've unlearned it at this point. I said I wouldn't be surprised to see Barca do it just because of that, just because of what we've seen today. Not for a second did I believe that this would happen, but they're 2 rounds behind. A lot of big ultimates for Apex, though.
The thing is, a lot of those will have been in a rotation already. They will have earned a lot of them just based off raw deaths. Good start, though, in this one. Kayak is already going to get the opener for the team, but we've seen a few of those. There's been a resurgence almost every single time. Hunter's Fury will deny getting the plant at least for now, and in fact, it's a tag. Patiently waiting is Maniac. He may have been stunned, but he's still done a lot, and Jesse is going to keep that advantage. Opts against overplaying his hand, and once more it's a disadvantage for this attacking side. The lockdown will clear B. That's where they'll head back, but there's going to be 3 players all coming in from that C-Link.
Here.
A little bit further behind his size. In fact, the plant just tapped for the relocate to A. But they're caught on the way. Vorwin not quite able to connect the kill, but eventually it comes through. That's Hype dropped. And Malsey in a much more difficult position now. Reveal up top. He's hidden from it, but there is a drone coming through that he will not be hidden from. A stun ready to go. He has it chalked up. That's all 3. They have nowhere to go. They're going to be stunned. He doesn't go for it. He doesn't know there's 3 there. He only saw the killjoy. Still expecting a drop down from above. This is unfortunate. Little does he know he had them all. He had the chance. He's picked off 1 still. A flash not going to be used. He goes for the fight, but size beats him to it. And again, Barca clenched the round out right at the end. It's 11-10. I mean, even if Hype survives the run over to the A site, this is a different round.
This is a match with little meaning in terms of what it will cause to the standings, what it will change in terms of everything in Ascension. But somehow we've gone from 11-1 to 11-10. Finally, we're going to see a pause, the second pause for Apex. I doubt Lucas on the other side has much that needs to be said. Keep doing what you're doing, lads. You've won 9 rounds in a row. But it seems like some of those heroes on the other side have quietened down a little bit. But even still, like you mentioned it, they had ults. Not anymore. The Blade Storm used. The Lockdown used. The Rolling Thunder used. Everything has gone over the last few rounds, and Apex have come no closer to winning a round. Maniac started to come back into the fray. Size has looked to continue what has been a stellar performance throughout this tournament. Somehow we find ourselves just 3 rounds away from Apex. Wow, losing a map that never even should have been close. We should have been over about 10 minutes ago.
10? That's quite an underestimation, really, Tom. I mean, I would have given it a lot longer than 10. This game was looking dead in the water. It has been revived.
Here.
Barca, well, Vorwin in particular, he's been doing well. Getting his ones, getting his twos on these pushes, and again, an opportunity presents itself. Kayak, the one to fall. Vorwin's done his job, but still, recovered weapons. Apex will be in a decent form to fight this Opto, and Maniac, it might pick off one. He's looking for the chance to do so. Everyone tucked away, just pixels from giving him the opportunity. But for now, he's blocked out. I don't think they'll want to peek that again.
My double's dead.
Size from the flank. Boxes them in. They need to try and eliminate some of the players in front of them or be wary of that flank, and that gives extra space. The thing now, though, is that time ticking. Soulcast with one. He's had a great game so far, but from the heavens falls Maniac. The time's going to be a little bit close, but he'll have this one with time to spare. 11-11. 10 rounds in a row for the side of Barca. Their last-ditch effort to get themselves a win. And they are digging deep to find it.
My double is standing.
Really is such an impressive run to get back into this, and it's been a while since we've been in a game like this that you know, doesn't matter, quote unquote, but it stops, you know, oh, the stakes, the money, the playoffs, none of that matters at this point, sure, but I'll tell you, nobody wants to be the team to lose this game. They put time into it at this point, and there's a bit of pride on the line for Barca. That's one win on the board. That's a hell. Let's not lose sight of the goals here. Go next. You're going to be held to this, Mr. CEO. Trip to Mykonos on the line for Barca. They've been promised it by a third party. Apex, they just don't want to lose this game, man. They fought hard for it. They were in such a big lead, and to have it stolen out from under you, it's just going to feel nasty.
Better start. A much better start. The only thing that might hurt more than losing an 11-1 lead would be getting it back to 11-11 and then losing anyway. But then again, it's a scenario now where you might as well fight for every round. Maniac waiting under serious pressure. Getting out of there's not going to be easy. Hunter's Fury used. Even with a two-man advantage, might not have been needed, and Hype with 3. Leaves it all on to Vorvin, and he's gonna fall as well. After losing 10 rounds in a row, Apex has decided enough is enough, and they have a chance to end it in regulation.
That's done.
Enemy
Well, it was a long time coming, wasn't it, Tom? Certainly felt like we might have seen that 12th round on the board a little bit earlier. I was starting to think we'd see it on the board for Barca. Big round from Hype. Dragging himself up by his bootstraps, and 1 round left to play for. We've gone the distance in this series. Map 3. And 24 rounds at least. We could be seeing even more. A push from Maniac. A risky play, and he's not taking the shot. His finger off the trigger, and he's lucky to get out of there alive.
It's definitely a tentative position to fight from. A nervous one. X may seem low, but pride outweighs a lot. The shot not connected. Maniac will be forced to give up the space. Ultimates are many for this defensive side. So it's understandable why they're not going to overface this one. They don't really need to. Blade Storm utilized. Rolling Thunder available. Kayak hoping to try and catch them on their way in. And actually, that lockdown has been destroyed. It will not force them out of their positions. That Rolling Thunder looking to push them back, but it's been dodged by the majority of the attackers of Over. Still standing, but pulls out utility, Hype with the trade, and it's looking like at the last effort, it might just be enough for Apex to take things over the line. They have let their opponents get right back into it, but in the end, they will close it all the same. They will take this series 2-1, put them 3-1, and if there was any doubt of their spot in the playoffs, well, they've confirmed it here.
Yeah, now's the time to put that to rest. This is a solid performance from Barca, though. Being able to get back into that game is something that I don't think many teams would be capable of, stringing together so many rounds despite the deficit and despite the fact that for them, ultimately, in terms of tournament life, it meant nothing. But they were here for pride. And I think even though they don't take the win overall, I think they've certainly earned that pride here today. And a lot of these players got a good showcase right in front of our very eyes. And I think for Maniac, you know, he slowed down, but there were maps there where he was going toe-to-toe with a prodigy like Kayak, and for that alone, he can hold his head high.
Yeah, I think this series also just kind of almost perfectly shows how this tournament has gone for Barca. They're a team that could fight versus anyone, competed versus anyone, went toe-to-toe with absolutely everyone. And you go back to like their maps, losing 13-10, 13-10, and winning 13-10 versus Go Next. Winning 13-8, losing 16-14, losing 13-9. Winning 13-8, losing 13-10, losing 14-12. Like, these are all crazy close games, but they never won a series. And I think that's devastating. This is a team that could find themselves 4-0 and topping the group, and instead they're out 0-4.
Yeah. I mean, this is something that even when I spoke to Benny from CGN, same sort of thing. He was saying there were so many games that they know they could have won. They know that if they went back again and did it, like it's so painful with so many OTs. But this is just a reflection of what Ascension is this year. There are no dud regions. There's no easy games. Everyone is here to compete. And even Barca, if we were to reset, go again, like a Tom Cruise movie, I don't think it would take that many iterations until Barca are going through top of the group. But it wasn't to be this time. A very good showing from Size and from the rest of the squad, but that's going to be the end of their run here in Ascension. We look at Apex. A lot of potential here. I think it's fair to say, though, Tom, they struggle to close it. They're not strong closers.
Yeah. Why? That's the weird thing. The way they've been this tournament has been super odd. Like, the first few games, they were really poor at the beginning of maps and then would close it at the end. Other games, they would then also go into positions where they would, like this one, start really strong and then throw. So it's a very odd Apex right now. And I don't know if that's better or worse, because you think about last year, but they didn't lose until the final. That was the moment that Apex slipped. Now I feel like they're slipping all over the place, but maybe that will be what gets them sort of used to those losses, used to those positions where things are a struggle, and better at coming back and closing at the end, because ultimately they only lost one series. It was the first one. Other than that, they won everything else. They beat everyone else, even if the manner in which they did it was something to give every single member of the Apex fan base or family a heart attack. I think they have embodied Team Liquid in that way. I know there's a lot of comparisons with some of the players they have. I think if you're a Liquid fan and an Apex fan, you probably have a life expectancy of about 32. So I would be stressed, but I don't know. It's like a lot of these teams are going to go through tough times, and if they can come out the other end and make it into the VCT, wow, all more for them.
Well, Tom, the alpha stream is still running for those of you out there. We're going to be having a little interview in a moment with Hype, so you can stick around for that. But there's also the A stream going on right now, which is Job Life versus Mouse, and it's 1-1 in maps, but Job Life pretty close to closing it out by the looks of things, 10-5 according to VLR.
It's not even 11-1. Like, that's not even.
Yeah, true. Actually, yeah.
If anything, that's like a round apart. Like,
Neck and neck, man. It's
Call
neck
that a
and neck.
lead?
It's anyone's game. Anyone's game. I don't know what to think anymore. 12-0 half, I'll be like, well, you know, it's really up in the air here. Pistol round will tell you everything.
Yeah, there's like a couple of rounds in it, if anything. You know, I don't know. The series today have been very similar and very different. Very similar in the fact that both games could have been over in 2 hours. Like we could have seen it done so fast.
Yeah.
And then very different in the fact that Pacific looked absolutely clinical in the way that they closed out games. Like that team really impressed me. And with Apex, like, I don't know, I'm a nervous wreck. I can't imagine what it's like from their side. Obviously, they were already qualified, so there's that excuse. But at the same time, I feel like that's been a mannerism of their entire qualification process, where it's like, I don't know if they're the best team or the worst who's made it to playoffs. Like, it's genuinely odd. And it's not what I expected from a team that, it's been mentioned many a time, they were built for Ascension. Their goal was to win. Like, they put the money where their mouth was. They bought players who are seasoned veterans. And I don't know, they look more shaky than some of the youngsters. So it's going to be interesting to see, like, if they can peak at the right time. Like, I think soulcast in this match was impeccable. He was so good. Obviously, these are the results of the day. I think Desire, an impressive turnaround from them to be able to take the victory over Go Next. Really big match. Unfortunately, obviously, we already know that the group has been concluded with Apex and CGN are the ones to make it through. On the other side of things, Pacific, they battered Saw. Like, I think you could see the mismatch from the beginning. And yeah, well, one game you were here for if you were watching this stream. The other game is still going on the Alpha stream.
Yeah, and the game you were here for might have confused you. If you need help, we'll be running a little number down the bottom you can call, and they'll talk you through it, because I think I need...
It goes straight to Bodor.
I need to be held.
He's used to these sort of things.
We'll get him on the line. He can help you out. He'll explain it. No, like I think today has definitely confused and confounded me. But it's taught me one thing, and I guess we can ask Hype about it in a little bit when we have him on for the interview, which is that why are Apex so bad at the paperwork? You know, like I feel like they're that salesman. They'll go for the ride in the car with you, talk about all the, I don't know, car terms, suspension. They talk about that. I'm sure they say it's great or something. And then you sit them down for the paperwork. Everything's done. Guys ready to buy. And they just can't sign it. They can't get the pen to the paper. It's the easy part. It should be the easy part.
I just want to point out that
I really don't know if that's how car sales work.
Of pretty much every product.
Yes,
and
that's
you
accurate.
chose cars when you know nothing about cars.
Yes, that is accurate. You are correct.
You could have said, oh, he's like the computer salesman, but he couldn't finish the paperwork.
Come on, man. Computer salesman. How many computer salesmen do you know? That's like the typical, the standard. I don't know why we're debating this, but the standard sort of salesman thing is a car salesman, right? Like a used car salesman.
Sure.
That's what I think of.
But why would you choose that? You could have chosen anything. That's what I'm saying.
Because everybody will get it off rip. They'll be like, oh, a salesman. He's selling cars. I get it. The suspension's good. I was hoping that maybe I'd hit him with the hook. I don't know, man. You gotta
it with no confidence. It was fine, but you just said it with no. The cars have a suspension. They have an engine, right?
I know. Hold on. Again, I don't know why we're waiting for Hype, and we're just losing our minds. But I'm gonna say, I know they have a suspension. What I was debating was, do they say to you like this car, like when you're marketing a car, do you say great suspension, or is it just like, it's a suspension's a suspension, you know? Like, is it Shimano brakes on a bicycle?
You could have a good, like, if you had like maybe a more off-road car or something, you would probably specify that it has a good suspension. But it is also one of those waffle terms that people just say for every car.
Oh yeah.
You don't need to say it has a bad one if maybe you're like, yeah, or if it's like an old classic car, you might be like, it's not got the best suspension in the world, but you know, you're not buying it for that reason.
Got you.
I don't know why I automatically go to like the most East End wheeler dealer.
I can tell where you've been buying your cars. I'll say that, Tom. I know where you've been shopping around. This is a type. But yeah, no, today was a little bit crazy, and I think I want to double check if that other game is done. 10-7. They're making a comeback, so now's Job Life's going to go that little bit longer for the standings final update. But yeah, taking a look at what we've seen today, it has just been a little bit outrageous in terms of the Valorant, and I'm excited to talk a little bit to the Apex boys, to Hype, about how this went down. Like, we see this so often that there are complete swings in either direction in Apex games. Either they're behind, like I'm thinking the CGN
question.
game, they went down, they needed like 5 rounds in a row to get to OT, they got to OT and they won it, or they're clearly winning and then it's still close in the end.
I wanna ask our producer a question. I don't know if he'll know the answer. Do we have confirmation of the order of Group A? Because from my understanding, the winner of Group B will play second place in Group A. So if Apex have finished second, then that would mean...
should be...
But I guess they would be first because they have the head-to-head over CGN.
Yeah.
So we don't quite know yet who they'll be playing. We do know the other matchup, which means it will be Pacific Esports versus CGN, which that's a pretty cool game. I think that a very mismatch of styles, but also both teams at times have run a Phoenix. The potential of that game to be super explosive is actually really exciting. So I'm intrigued to see how that match is going to go down. That one is already confirmed because I've seen that it's in the playoff bracket, so that's good. And we're just waiting to see, who's going to finish second place in the other group. I believe that it's between the tiebreaker as well. And now we can stop waffling, because it seems like soon we are going to have the big man Hype, a man who has just won himself probably quite a stressful game. And to start off, congratulations, but I also have a question. Is Mitch Man the worst coach you've ever had?
Is Mitch Man the worst? I think he's one of the greatest. I'm not gonna lie. Back in the Lives days,
absolute waffle.
he was with us all the time. He gave us so many ideas. Holy, that's why we won Masters. That's why we got into Masters, because of Mitch Man.
Oh, you won Masters, I remember that a bit differently.
Barely. It felt that in my
we won Masters qualifiers.
Yeah.
Those are good times, man. Hype, it's always great to see you, brother, and especially after a victory. Listen, this game, I thought I was going to be eating dinner a little bit earlier, man. Talk to me. What happened on that last map? They came back like crazy, dude.
I mean, we just wanted some screen time, you know. It's no fun to
got
win.
You.
Yeah.
I got you. I mean, it's nice. I guess you're just throwing them a little slack. They didn't win a series. You wanted to let them feel like they almost won a series. That's pretty kind.
Yeah, just
I
bait
want to
them
ask,
in.
was Soulcast actively trying not to die?
Yeah.
Did he notice? Did he notice that he was like, okay?
Yep. It was pass around, guys. Let me have 15-0. Let's win.
Oh,
it was pretty fun.
God.
He was on fire, man. Go ahead, Tom.
Obviously, going forward, I don't think we know exactly who your matchup is going to be, because there's still the other group going on. But I kind of want to ask you about the victor of the other group, Pacific. I don't know if you've seen too much of them so far, but that young squad looking incredibly impressive. Obviously, you are the guys with the experience. Do you think that will be the defining factor when you get into the late stages, maybe get onto the stage itself as well?
I mean, I think Pacific is a great team. We practiced them a lot, like a lot. So we basically had like a best of 20 with them. So we practiced them a lot. I think they're a really good team. Loita's fun to play against, especially Loita, yeah. And Comeback is a young gun, and you know, it's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to playing Job Life, to play against my ex-teammate Magic.
I think they're still in the running at the moment. We'll see if they get there.
yeah. If it comes through, what they're, I mean, it says 10-7 right now. There might be a little pause going on, but it's a close match over there. So I wanted to go back to the first game that you guys played, just to talk about the overall run, because the sort of lens here is you guys are qualified, you're going through the playoffs. But starting out here, you had gone for so many series without losing. You weren't dropping maps. You know, I think you dropped 3 maps out of 20 series, which is insane. Did it feel any different then starting out? Obviously, I think you won the first map, and then you lose Haven and Abyss. Series is lost. So like, these are all new experiences for you guys for the most part, or like, you know, you lost a series a while back. did it feel different because it had been so long since you felt those sort of losses? And do you think that the Ascension, the level of teams here is challenging you guys a lot more than regionally?
I mean, yeah. I mean, we played in Polaris. It's like a farm league, so and going to Ascension. I mean, obviously they can shoot back. You know, they're good players. There's champions, winners, and so on. But our first game was Go Next. I don't know. After losing that game, we didn't really went down. We just like we had a brief talk. How did you feel? You know, what you guys want to do next? You guys want to win? And everyone said yes. So we just went back to the drawing board, see what we did wrong, bring those mistakes up. Let's see how can we improve. And from then we just kept going, you know.
So to kind of follow up, like obviously you guys are Apex, and I think that itself comes with its own name, its own history of obviously what happened last year and everything that comes with it. Is that something that you guys as players consider? Because obviously it's a completely different roster. You do have yourselves the same coaching staff, or at least a part of it, with Danito, who I think the team have spoken very highly of. But do you ever consider that factor again, that obviously you're getting into the late stages of the tournament now, you're in that top 4, eyes from the beginning of the very year have been on you guys to be the victors, and last year for the previous roster it ended in the most horrible way possible?
Hey, we're the better roster now, so we're going all the way.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
I'm calling Apex Pacific LAN Finals.
Okay. Well, we'll be there, so I will be very happy to cast that match. I can tell you that for free.
It's gonna be a great match.
So I mean, obviously, then you're thinking Pacific, or you have them in very high regard. But the match you guys had against CGN was super close as well. Like I feel like the level from our perspective has been very hard to read. Just to say, like in previous years, when it comes to like Ascension or inter-regional tournaments in general, you tend to have teams that stand out as just not being able to hit back. They're not at the same level, right? We've seen that in previous Ascension tournaments as well. Do you think that this year the level of teams is fairly close across the board, or do you think it is like you guys and Pacific miles above and just some closer results?
I think, yeah, I mean, everyone's here for a reason, and CGN came from the play-ins, and I think they definitely, and the other DAC team didn't make it through all the way when they made it through the DAC league. But I think everyone can shoot back. Everyone's very close in skill level, but you know, the best team is gonna win, and I still think it's gonna be us. But Pacific is very close. They have the young guns. I don't know, like 3 of them can't even go to VCT. I don't know what's the point of them playing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
Let me ask you then, if that's true, like everyone's shooting level is decently close. Everyone has these duelists that are popping off, that have that level. Like it's been fun to watch, but what do you think separates you from everybody else as a team?
We have Desmond, Danny. Their minds are different. They're different. You know, they bring up some stuff.
Are they as good as Mitch's?
I'll stop.
Oh, that's a close. That's a close one.
No. Listen, stop it. I'm going red. It's ridiculous.
It's a close one. But yeah, the stuff they bring. Manager. But yeah, I think Desmond and Danny bringing so many ideas and they put everyone on the pedestal. I think it's big props to Desmond and Danny. They're incredible. And that's what's gonna make us win.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it hype. Either way, it is always a pleasure to have a chat with you. Hopefully, we'll see you over here in Berlin a little bit. But of course, later in the week, you've got your playoffs match. And well, we'll let you go. You can go and see soon who you're going to be playing up against. And I believe we'll be sending everybody over to the A stream as well fairly soon. But again, thank you, Hype, for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Take care.
Thank you, brother. Catch you soon. Alrighty, Tom. Well, this has been an eventful day, hasn't it? I've certainly had fun. I hope you have too, and we hope you guys at home have had a blast. But for now, that's all we've got time for. It's time to throw this over to the Alpha stream, where we're going to be watching some more Valorant with those folks.
raise the price of my wage. They don't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. They don't know I'm a pro. They don't know I'm in the zone. They don't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. They don't know I'm a pro. They don't know I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa. That guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. They don't know I'm a pro. They don't know I'm in the zone. They don't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. They don't know I'm a pro. They don't know I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa. Doing my thing, got the blinders on. Filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I am a bomb. Golden touch, got the mind is on. Man, I don't play, I'm on the way. Beast mode, King Kong coming today. Obstacles try delay, crush that, we don't just do okay. Hey, on a wave, from the cave to main stage. I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. They don't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how
Last player standing. There you are,
in my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. To a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights I counted, it all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate, hope for better days.